Radio in Yankton, South Dakota. I'll be announcing in Ring A. Michael Drotzman of Stockman's Livestock in Yankton, South Dakota will be announcing in Ring B today. So, welcome everyone to the show. Well, before we get things underway this morning, we want to take some time to honor this great nation of ours with the singing of the national anthem. So if you would, remove your headwear and face the flag for the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Appreciate it.
So we introduce them in? Yep. Or do they bring them in?
All other breeds. Okay, so you don't have anything for our judge. He was ring me yesterday.
Gotcha.
If you would like to use this, you're more than welcome.
Is this him?
Brady.
Yep, Brady Jensen. Perfect.
Thank you. So the first class is
Good morning, everyone, and welcome again. Our judge in Ring A this morning, Brady Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. Cortland, Kansas. Brady resides in Cortland with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly, Kirby. He and his family operate Jensen Ranch, a Hereford seed stock provider. Jensen Ranch holds 3 sales annually: the Chosen Sale, an elite female event, held annually during the American Royal, the annual bull sale held the first Thursday in March, and an online female and genetic sale in April each year. Previously, he was a faculty at South Dakota State University. From 2017 to 2022, he served as a lecturer and a livestock judging team coach. Brady completed his master's degree at Kansas State, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status on both levels. He coached at the 2021 Reserve National Champion team at SDSU and 3 high individuals at the NAILE Senior College Contest, SDSU 1 and KSU 2. Welcome, Brady. And our first exhibitor in Class 1, all other breeds, Laney Lorch. Welcome, Laney.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to kick off here with a single entry. This young lady brings us this red baldy AOB heifer, and obviously she's getting used to the show ring environment. So I told her, hey, just be easy. We're going to talk about her quick and get her used to a microphone and a show ring. But heifer's got a good rib cage in her. She's feminine. It's going to be a little tough to look at her structure, but like I told her, it's all right. Just get a good experience in here with your calf.
And the winner of Class 1, Lainey Lorch. Congratulations. Class 2, all other breeds, Lindsay Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota. And Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa.
We're going to go ahead and leave them here just as they come in. We'll use this black heifer to win this class over the percentage red Angus female. Really a captivating female that wins. This big black heifer is definitely big in her outline, really, really attractive in terms of her design. Very clean up front, big out of her hip, solid in her foot structure. In motion, I think there's some things that it'll be interesting to see how she holds together as we work throughout this show. But I think a female that has an undeniable amount of balance and quality to her here on the standstill. Heifer that comes in second, big rib, good-footed, red Angus influenced female. Young man's got her really highly presented out here today. She's a little more frail-boned. She's a little higher in her tail head, but she's a good animal as far as foot quality, body, and cow character.
And we will call back to the ring Lainey Lorch, Lindsay Nielsen, and Bentley Danner. Congratulations on your first place, Lindsay Nielsen. Runner-up, Bentley Danner of Milford, Iowa. Entering the ring, Lainey Lorch, Harris, Iowa. Lindsay Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota. And Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa.
We have just 3 head in this AOB division. We had that younger heifer, the little blaze face that's getting used to the show ring environment. Good cow in terms of body. A little tougher to look at her structure. She settled in quite a bit better here this time as we're getting used to it. Heifer that wins the Class 2, big in her outline, high quality in her look, maybe just a touch tighter in the move. And then we have the red heifer that's just very feminine, cowy, solid-footed. We're going to keep the pair together out of that last class. They'll be your champion in reserve.
Congratulations, Lindsey Nielsen, Albert Lee, Minnesota, champion. And runner-up, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. And now entering the ring, Class 3 Angus, Lauren Anderson, Algona, Iowa. Kinsley Nelson, Glenville, Minnesota. And Keaton Gonerman, Hartley, Iowa.
Well, we're going to kick off with the young set of Angus heifers, good females in this class. The top 2 cattle demand your attention. They're easy to find, but all 3 of them are good, honest cattle as far as body. The female that wins is undeniably better structured than the heifer that ends up in second. There's more slope to her shoulder and knee. She's better off of her hock and pastern. You could maybe strengthen her up and her set to her hock just a slight bit, but she's so much more flexible and fluid in motion. I think as good as the design is in both of the cattle from the side in terms of their silhouette and their profile, she's significantly better from a rear 3/4 view. She's smoother in the point of her shoulder. As she comes into the middle part of her body, she opens up more genuinely bold in her rib cage, and I like the way she's laid in her loin back into her tail head. The heifer that comes in second does present a really intriguing look. As the cattle stop and stand, I love her look about her head and her neck, captivating in terms of her freshness, so highly presented, so easy to like on the stand. In motion, she gets in a little more trouble. She's a little straighter shouldered. She'll want to twist out them front feet. I think her 3/4 view is what gets her beat. Like I said, just a little harsh in her forerib, bigger out of the back of her shoulder. The heifer that comes here in the third slot, it's a big ribbed female. She's easy fleshing. She's going to make a good cow for the young man. Doesn't come with the class or the balance that we find in those top 2.
Congratulations, champion in Class 3 Angus, Lauren Anderson, Algona, Iowa. Runner-up, Kinsley Nelson, Glenville, Minnesota. And in Class 4 Angus, Lila Booth, Aurora, South Dakota. Jade Tweet, Beersford, South Dakota. Kiana Hazel, Beersford, South Dakota. Jude Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. Taylor Truesdale, Welcome, Minnesota. McKenna Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa. And Jack Hankey, Little Cedar, Iowa. Max Fredrickson, Class 5, please. Max Fredrickson, come up for Class 5, please.
I had a lot of fun working through these Angus heifers. These top four, none of them are perfect. All of them are pretty good. You can probably pick whichever one you like and be just fine. If you're fourth, you should probably think you should have been first. If you're first, you should be grateful you're there because you could have been fourth. I think that's how this class sits together. This heifer that wins, to me, is just the best kind of female at the end of the day. I think you can get into 1,000 details in these four cattle and talk about what you like and what you don't like. This is the best beef cow here in front of us. In my opinion, she's the best in terms of her forerib. Her body shape is very good. She's the heaviest muscled heifer that's still lean in her condition. She's good into her pin setting. I think she's very adequate in her structure. You can maybe tweak how she's designed in the shape of her shoulder a little bit. Her tail heads fit a little odd and it sets just a little high, but that heifer is just a good Angus female. That's why she wins the class. The heifer comes in second, the big heifer of the group. If you want to find the one that's going to be the longest and the tallest, this is the one that you're going to land on. She's got a lot of drop to her belly. She's kind of fighting a halter a little bit today, and structurally, you couldn't tell if she was ever comfortable or uncomfortable when she was in motion. I think for as big as she is, she's proportionally a little shorter necked in relation to how long-bodied and how long-hipped she is. I think she gets a little soft-topped and a little more fragile in her bone, and that's why I slot her second. She's just not as truly, genuinely square right down her back and right behind her blades. The heifer that gives me a lot of problem is the heifer in third. If you want to single trade them on flexibility, that's the heifer that you're going to land on. She's a little off-putting from behind, in my opinion. You maybe like to strengthen up her head or chest. She's a little narrow down her back and back into her pin setting. But if you wanted to have one that hits you hard in terms of loose build and a kind of a quality look, you can certainly buy into that. I just couldn't buy into this look here when I get in behind the cattle. I strongly considered starting the class with the 4th place heifer for some time. I think if we take the halters off the cattle, we just let them be beef cows. That's the big-bodied, really easy feeding kind of heifer, loose in her build and makeup, adequate in terms of power and dimension. She gets a little wide-shouldered and easy-topped and a little higher tail-headed, but honestly, that's good kind of cattle, and I think all 4 of them very, very good Angus heifers with a ton of differences. The next female standing still fits right with that group. She's a long-bodied, stout heifer in her bone and her muscle. She got too coarse in her tail head. The longer she stands and walks, you just pick on her there. Just not as smooth and ladylike at the point of her shoulder, but a good female there to go next. Young man's bringing out a female that's fighting a halter. She's a little greener, but I think that's a good cow prospect in terms of body and dimension. We actually close with a heifer I like better structurally in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's big in her foot and flexible and comfortable. She just doesn't balance quite the same. She's a little flatter as you get behind the cattle. That was a tremendous class of Angus females.
Congratulations, Class 4, Angus. In first place, Jade Tweet. Second place, Kiana Hazel. In third place, Jack Hankey. Fourth place, Taylor Truesdale. Fifth, McKenna Cleveringa. Sixth place, Jude Mosier. And in seventh place, Lila Booth. Our Class 5 Angus is entering the ring right now. Charlie Hieronymus, Rushmore, Minnesota. Madison Hoppy, Sioux City, Iowa. Is this Max Fredrickson? Yep. Max Fredrickson, Glenville, Minnesota. And entering the ring now, Dawson Kitchell, Ada, Minnesota. And Lily Pitton, Danbury, Iowa.
We're going to go ahead and leave this pair of heifers here as they stand, but a nice solid class of 5. Differences I see in motion, this heifer's more comfortable in her back and her tail head. I think that female is really green and skinny yet in terms of her condition. I think she's genuinely better in terms of the shape of her rib and muscle, and that's why she wins this class. The heifer that comes in second, I think the more show ring experience that you get with this heifer young lady, she's going to settle in and be more comfortable out here and showcase herself better. She's really pretty necked. She gets a little high in her tail head and off in her loin. You like her extra weight per day of age and body versus the heifer that wins the class. Next female is really heavy structured and loose build off of her hip and hind leg. Gets a little plain about her head and neck. Very functionally built in terms of her structure. Just like to give her a little classier look from the side. The next pair of heifers, I think, are awfully close. We have a heifer that's big and powerful out of her hip, a little crestier necked and plainer to look at up front. And then we close with a sound heifer that's flexible, a little deeper necked, a little off in terms of her loin and tail head, but you like her loose build underneath.
And in first place, Class 5, Max Fredrickson. Second place, Lily Fitton. In third place, Madison Hoppy. Fourth place, Dawson Kitchell. And in fifth place, Charlie Hieronymus. Class 6 now entering the ring.
Not much to say here on this class winner. She comes in the ring. I said, holy, she's here to play. She just comes in and wows you. I mean, she's very, very impressive to look at. She's alert. She's stout. She's bold. Structurally, I think we'll see how all things fit together. But, boy, she's impressive as she comes in. Going to be a pretty tough one to play with today. The next one, it just kind of slots here because of quality. Nice looking up in her head and neck. Female that's got enough drop to her body. I thought maybe just a little higher in her tail head and frailer in her make, but a good female. I thought she outclassed the heifer that comes next. Just a good cow prospect. Big-bodied and loose-structured. I like her in terms of her top line and tail head. She's just a better beef cow than the one behind her in terms of substance. Still very functional at the ground. Now, if you wanted a little prettier picture, you can get the heifer just behind the young man's. She's very elegant to look at up front. I really like her design of her angles to her skeleton. She is skinny, yes, but I also like to see just more substance to her. Step behind the cattle, and she gets plenty narrow, in my opinion, but loose structured and neat looking. The next two cattle don't have the balance and class of the heifer in front of her, but they're big rib, cowy, functional females. As you study their middle part of their body, they just maybe don't quite have the balance, maybe aren't quite as elite structured as the cattle ahead of them.
In first place, Copeland Paulson. Second place, Avery Coles. Third place, Dawson Kitchell. Fourth place, Jackson Deppy. And in fifth place, Aubrey Sandersfield. Entering the ring now, class number 7. And after Class 7, we'll do the division winners in Angus.
Similar to what we just went through in the last class, we got a heifer that comes to the ring and draws your attention and demands that she wins the class. Really loose in terms of her mobility, pretty big in her body, plenty of power, very well shown, very well presented. Be interesting to see how this Angus division works out, but very high quality heifer. Congratulations to you, young lady. The next heifer to me beats the next three that I think are really close because she brings substance to the table. She's got more muscle down her top. She's bolder in the middle part of her body. Structurally, I thought she was comfortable as she moved. You could tweak a few things, but in the big picture, it's a high-quality, pretty bold-made, well-shown heifer that sits in second. The next three cattle are big-framed kind of cattle. They got a lot of extension and length. They all need a little more muscle as you get on top of the cattle, but they're all fairly good in terms of their skeleton and structure. This heifer I thought was the prettiest to look at from the side of that trio. Just got a little narrow as you get on top of the cattle. The next female is a little straighter shouldered, but it got a really nice hip and hind leg set into her. I'd like to stouten up her jaw, just rearrange the way she's built and the angle of her shoulder. The next heifer, boy, she was not wanting to be a good dance partner out here for you, bud. She had just give up on you because that's a nice heifer that's balanced and attractive and good looking. She's just a little too refined and narrow as you step behind the cattle. Close with a heifer that brings more substance to the table but is a little plainer to look at, but a female that's certainly bold in the middle part of her rib.
And in first place, Oakland Plamp. Second place, Avery Vondrag. Third place, Vivian Johnson. Fourth place, Christopher Bramer. Fifth place, Grayson Koenig. Sixth place, Merritt Pomrentke.
Now all of our division champions and reserves should come back. First place in the ring for the division, second place in the makeup.
And now we'll take all first places in the ring for the division title.
Put the second in the makeup area.
And second place in the makeup area.
Hey, this Angus division's been very, very good and a lot of fun to work through, and I'm really satisfied with how our class winners come together because I think there's options, and I hope they get placed different in a lot of these classes as they go over to that other ring because there was good cattle, and it was minor decisions and minor details that might shake out differently depending on who your show judge is. I love this little heifer calf. I think she's mobile and good looking. She's big ribbed and adequate in terms of substance. We could strengthen up how she's built in her hock and her pastern. It's loose and flexible. It's a little flimsy and fragile in the way I look at it. And maybe we could raise her neck out of the top of her shoulders ever so slightly. But she started off the Angus division with a bang, and she set the bar high as we continue to work through those cattle. This next class is a booger to work through. This was the best beef cow of the bunch. You wanted to get into this and that, you could have found some different cattle, but she was the truest bodied, truest muscled heifer that was certainly good in terms of her structure. You can knock her maybe in her tail head and the shape of her shoulder, but big picture, that's a female I'd like to have at home to breed around. I think she's very, very high quality. Next young man's got one, shoulders back, big ribbed, love her. She won that class again because she brought substance to the table with a nice set to her hind leg, and she stayed balanced in motion. She's a little weird in her shoulder and knee design, but good cattle. Then we get to these next two, and they hit you like a ton of bricks. This young man's heifer just is so wowy when she stands. I mean, she hits you hard, and she's a lot of things I like. She's big, and she's powerful, and she's bold. She's good looking, but she's not freaky. She's just right. She's got a nice head and neck. Her neck sets right into the top of her shoulders. Her foot shape is very, very good. She's big in her forearm and big in her bone, but still feminine in her joint work. Big and powerful down her top. You know, her tail head, to me, I don't know if it's how it's clipped or fit or how it's set into her. It's a little high when she's walking. That's one place I picked on her a little bit. Maybe you could give her a little more get and go off of her hock and her rear leg. But boy, she's very, very easy to look at, powerful and demanding when she comes into the ring. This heifer counters that heifer, and I think that's interesting. I love the heifer's hip and hind leg and tail head design. I think within this breed population, she does some things that are very unique and will be very fun to breed around. I love how mobile she is. I love her pliability of her spine and her tail head. Love the function and use of her hind leg. Every time she comes in the ring, she's wanting to fight that halter a little bit. She kind of wants to U out of her neck. I think part of it's the way she's designed in her shoulder. She's a little more opened up at the top of her shoulder, and you see a little more blade action as she's moving. Just like to see her a little smoother and more angular, really up through her front end and how she comes out of her shoulder when she's standing and moving. But, man, I love the way she's built at the ground. She's mobile. She's roomy out of her hip and body. I think it's close. There's one that hit me a little harder. She demands my attention, but I like both of them an awful lot. I'm going to ask them if I can pick a few more. I don't know how the rest of the heifer show is going to shake out, but we got some good quality. Put your hands together for these Angus exhibitors. This young man will be your champion Angus.
Congratulations, your champion, Copeland Paulson, Preston, Iowa, and reserve, Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. And ring A is starting class number 8, our Charolais class. Entering the ring now.
We're going to start off this Charolais show on a high note. 3 nice heifers, but 2 of them that really hit you hard. Young lady here, just keep spinning right around and kind of start facing that way and set this heifer up. Female that hits the ring, you like her because she's balanced, she's sound. I think as you get into this good pair of cattle, she's just got more to her. Part of it is she's a little more ready today, but I think genuinely she's still got more to her in terms of the middle part of her rib and her top and her hip. She's maybe not quite as stretched out in terms of her neck. We could lengthen her hip just ever so slightly, but good joints, good feet, flexible, bold, and yet balanced. I think that's a very, very good female. This next heifer's green and extended and certainly presents a nice look. Young man's got a heifer that, to me, is really striking. She's long-necked, really has a classy look to her hind leg. She's a little higher in her tail head. She doesn't hold her top line quite as true as the heifer that wins the class, but that's a pair of good white heifers there to kick off our Charolais show. We're going to conclude this set with a big rib functional heifer that might be as deep flanked and easy fleshing as any of them in this particular class. She does come to us probably in the plainest package, but she's a good cow in terms of her body and her structure.
In first place, Charlie Becker, Atkins, Iowa. Second place, Harper Johnson, Garrettson, South Dakota. And in third place, Hallie Kappen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Entering the ring now, Class 9, Charolais.
We get into another very good class of Charolais heifers. All three of them I like. Balance is what dictates the placing. I think the top two cattle to me offer trade-offs, and honestly, part of the problem is the heifer in second never really led, so it was always tough to get our best look at her. But the heifer that wins the class to me is very eye-appealing, very balanced, very striking in terms of her design. I really like the way she's built in her head and her neck and her chest. Very angular, very correct in her shoulder, very good down to her front feet. I think she's got a lot of drop to her belly. I think she's solid in terms of how she sets and travels out of her hip and her hock and down to her hind leg. Not the thickest, most powerful female, but very balanced, very striking, very well shown heifer to win the class. The heifer that comes in second, I think, comes with just a little softer structural build. Even though we never saw her get out and travel, she just has a little bigger hind leg, a little bigger rear foot. That's a heifer that's soft-haired and smooth designed. She's a little low in her neck set. She too's a little flat when you get behind the cattle. A heifer that probably brings as much honest dimension to the table as any is this heifer that sits in third. She's opened up in her hip and top. She's just a little plainer to look at. Got a little more shoulder in her. Not as sleek and feminine in terms of her design from head to tail, but a good cattle in terms of substance.
In first place, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Second place, Kinsley Altena, George, Iowa. And in third place, Braxton Captain, Harrisburg, South Dakota. And we'll... And entering the ring right now is our division championship for the Charolais class.
Well, as we get to the conclusion of the Charolais show, it's been a high-quality show. We just had two classes. We have 4 of the 6 representatives back out here, and that just shows you how good the cattle were of the 6 that came to the cow show today. I wanted to bring the seconds back out again because I think they needed to be recognized for their quality. It's been a very strong Charolais show. This young lady does a heck of a job getting her heifer shown here at the front of the lineup. That heifer is probably the most ready to be here of any of them. She's big-ribbed. She's powerful. You like her stoutness to her hip. I think she collects herself in motion. Sometimes on the stand, she's a little low-pinned, a little off behind her blades, but that heifer's got a very functional set to her hind leg. If I would improve your heifer, I would like to give her a little more slope to her shoulder, set her back and relax her in her knee ever so slightly. but she's a very good heifer in terms of body and substance and hip and hind leg design. I do think it's close in this pair of cattle because the other class winner is so demanding in terms of her outline. She's very attractive about her head and neck. You like the slope of her shoulder. She is an improvement in terms of front skeleton. That heifer just needs more mass as you get behind the cattle. She is really, really, really skinny, and I appreciate that about her. So I do think that heifer probably does continue to flesh and mass up as she continues into her life. But a little flat muscled, a little flat bodied, a little petite for my liking. But if you like them striking and balanced, absolutely, you can run with her. The next one I thought offered a lot of quality. She was long-necked. She had some body and some muscle, a little piecier built, a little wider shouldered and higher tail-headed. Then we had that soft-haired, good hind-legged heifer that was just not showing the best, that needed more substance. I like the heifer that's got more to her today in terms of bulk and mass. Young lady up front, you'll be our champion, Charolais. Congratulations.
And our champion, Charlie Becker, Atkins, Iowa, and reserve, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Class 10 is now ready to enter the ring. Now the winner of our Class 10 Char Composite will also be the divisional winner.
This is our division champion and our only class in the Charolais Composites, and the cattle in here certainly are of the quality to represent this breed as we work throughout the day. Particularly our champion and reserve, I think, are going to be cattle that are very high quality. The obvious difference to me is the balance in the smoke heifer that allows her to win. I think both heifers are very good. That female is just a little sharper design. She's straighter top. A little better back into her tail head and how it sets down in between her pin bones. I think a heifer that I think she plants her feet, square enough. They all point the right direction, so I like those parts about her. Good shape to her, good look to her, high-quality heifer that wins the class. Heifer that comes in second certainly pushes her in some areas. She's longer-bodied. I think she's got a little more bone to her, very heavy muscled kind of heifer when you get in behind the cattle. Maybe as you start to study how she's moving today, she's a little off in her loin and high in her tail head. She wants to get a little coarser at the point of her shoulder. Her length of stride and looseness of structure can certainly justify her pushing that heifer all she wants at the top of the class. The next female's green and skinny. But young lady, you have one that's beautiful in her head and neck design. She handles her top line good. I would stick with that heifer because I think she'll continue to be better the more time she's on feed.
And the champion, Char Composite, Ellie Olson, Irene, South Dakota, and Reserve, McQuaid, Bear, Esteline, South Dakota.
We're going to kick off the key show here with a pair of young cattle. The differences I see is a heifer that leads off the class is bigger rib. Deeper flanked, looser structured kind of heifer. Got a little more width to her chest. It allows her to spread more dimension as you study her there back. Both the cattle have a very feminine look to them, in my opinion. Heifer in second's a bigger scaled heifer. She's got a longer cannon, longer necked, good kind of top line set into that female. She's a little frailer built. She's not as opened up in her rib and body, but those are a pair of really nice heifers to kick off our key show. Well shown and well presented cattle.
And entering the ring now, Class 12, Key Influence. Oh, excuse me, Class 11, Champion Cooper Caldwell's, Brandon, South Dakota. And in second place, Abby Victoria, Bruce, South Dakota.
Sarah Mead, you are supposed to be in the show ring right now. Sarah Mead, class 12, is in the show ring right now.
Class 13, we're still looking for Logan Barta and Cohen Paulson. That is Class 13. Key influence, Logan Barta, Cohen Paulson.
Very interesting set of key heifers here. I think a lot of differences in these cattle. The heifer that wins was always the one I was drawn to of the set. You can talk about this or that, but I think today she's the one that rises up. She's well shown. She's well presented. She's big ribbed. She's balanced. I think she's considerably safer structured today as I compare her to the heifer just behind. Not going to be the biggest, longest heifer ever, but always going to be the right kind of heifer. She's got enough body. She's true in her top and hip. Just a good solid heifer to go ahead and lead off this class. Next female is blessed with more weight per day of age. Certainly appreciate that as you get to look at her from the side. Female that's got some drop to her body. A little straighter shouldered, twisted out up front. Not as genuine as you study her muscle or body because she's got a little more flesh on her, but big ribbed heifer that has got a lot of weight per day of age that kind of sits here in second. The heifer that comes in third, you like her in terms of her leaner look. I really do appreciate the fact that she comes to us just a touch green, and that's what made it close, in my opinion, between second and third. She's got a sharp, captivating neck attachment. She is loose off of her hind leg structure. A little straighter and out at the point of her shoulder. I think just needs to have more drop to her flank in the middle part of her body, but she's a good top-lined heifer with a neat look about her head and neck and a flexible hind leg setting. The next heifer is good cattle. I like this heifer a lot, actually. She's really true-bodied. She's heavy-muscled, a little weird in how she's designed from her hooks to her pins and into her tailhead. I thought a heifer that if you just could give her a touch more tidiness and cleanliness to her lines and neck, you could justify starting a class with her, but just came a little plainer as you study her head, neck, how she's designed through her hip. Good class of females because we close with this long-necked, very feminine heifer. She's really heavy-muscled, maybe to the point that it's a little rounder shaped and a little tighter back into her flank.
First place, Class 12, Key Influence, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska. Second place, Mason Roseboom, Haywarden, Iowa. In third place, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska. Fourth place, Ryder Hogan, Lenox, South Dakota. Third place, Cody Van Cura, Jackson, Minnesota. Fourth place, Ryder Hogan, Lenox, South Dakota. And in fifth place, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska.
Really nice class of heifers. Good females here all the way through. The top two cattle strike me the highest quality. The heifer that's more comfortable moving, probably in part because she's just being a better show partner out here, is this black heifer that's going to lead off the class today. I think really strikes you hard up front, clean up front, and her brisket. Female that's got some body shape to her. She's got enough dimension. Female that I think is well fit, well shown, high quality heifer that's functional moving. It's going to go ahead and win this class. Heifer that comes second, I think you read into her and you can see a lot of good in this heifer. She's just really fighting the halter today, pretty tight in her back and pulling up in her flank, it looks like to me at the same time. But I like how she's designed so smoothly up through her head, neck, and shoulder. She's good in terms of her pin setting from hooks to pins, fairly square in terms of her structure as she stands, but just fighting the halter, tighten her back today as she's moving. The next heifer is blessed with a lot of dimension and product. She's big top, big ended. Like how she comes down to a stout, flexible hind leg design. She's a little bit coarse in point at the point of her shoulder, just needs to be smoother and more elegant into her front 1/3 in my opinion. The next heifer this young lady's got's a cowie female that's big ribbed. She too is very powerful when you get behind the cattle and study them in terms of substance. As you study her knee and her shoulder shape, just needs to be flatter and more feminine in my mind, but you certainly like just how dimensional and powerful she is as you step behind the cattle. You can see the quality of the class by looking at this next female as well. She's sharp designed and angular in terms of her image up front. Just needs to be further along in terms of body development. She's a little bit greener, a little shallower flanked and harsher design today, but structurally speaking, balance speaking, there's opportunity for that heifer to continue to get better. We close with a really straight lined heifer that you like in terms of her presence up front and her levelness to her back. She's probably built the shallowest underneath, but a good female when you study her top line.
And our winner in Class 13, Key Influence, is Taylor Ford, Lake Wilson, Minnesota. Second place, Chris Dodds, Algona, Iowa. In third place, Lily Truesdale, Welcome, Minnesota. Fourth place, Ava Reynolds, Auburn, Iowa. In fifth place, Logan Barda, Utan, Nebraska. And in sixth place, Cohen Paulson, Pipestone, Minnesota. Entering the ring now, Class 14, Key Influence. Want it. And now entering our ring in show ring A, Class 14, Key Influence.
Really a good class, key heifers here. This young lady brings us one that demands our attention. She's mobile, she's big rib, she's powerful, she's balanced. Very nice heifer. It'll be good to see her in this lineup here in just a second and see how she fits in. But boy, she's easy to like in this class. The heifer that comes next, I like this heifer. If we had a little more just stoutness to her bone and a little bigger rib cage in her back into her flank, she could push that heifer, but she's just enough behind in those two areas. I don't know if she quite gets to be in her same league, but a very good heifer that's square-topped and powerful out of her hip. You could relax the angle to her shoulder and see her point her toes straighter forward up front. The next two cattle, I think, are quite a bit different. Young man's got a bigger, more extended heifer that's really attractive up front. Maybe you could even stouten her head up just a little bit. It's probably a touch feminine and refined, but she's big and outline in her outline. She's true in her top. The heifer that concludes the set's a more moderate female that's pretty reserved in terms of her frame size versus the heifer in front of her. There's an adequate amount of substance of muscle in this heifer. I'd like to see her a little bolder and truer in the middle part of her rib and drop deeper back to her flank, but a flexible heifer in motion.
Class 14 winner, Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place, Ryder, Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa. Third place, Grant Vondrak, Hinton, Iowa. And in fourth place, Leah Bean, Marathon, Iowa. And we're bringing back the firsts in the key influence for the division champion. We are also bringing the seconds in the key influence into the ring now.
We have a really nice division of key females over here. 4 good classes and good cattle, and a lot of them. It was fun to work with these Kiania exhibitors. We're going to just briefly comment our heifer up front. That heifer's got future because she's built loose and flexible, but she's got some hip and some shape behind. Heifer that probably needs to be enhanced in her fore-rib shape. Could be a little truer in her top as she stands. Next heifer really demands your attention as she stands. She's very, very balanced and attractive, and you're drawn to her. As these cattle mature out, she'll probably always be one of the more moderate cattle, but she'll also always be one of the good cattle as well. I think a female that's opened up good in her rib, she's dimensional from behind. Give her a little bigger rear foot maybe and strengthen her up in her heel. But that heifer, to me, hits me hard in this particular lineup as she's standing still. The next female, long-bodied, really good outlining kind of heifer. Could slope her a little differently through the angle of her shoulder and see her more athletic up front. That heifer has female quality and length to her that you're certainly drawn to. Big power heifer comes to us out of that oldest class. She's the biggest footed female. I really like how square she is structurally and how loose she is structurally. Big-ribbed and powerful. Not the neatest-headed one in the group, but certainly good enough. Blends really smooth. Solid heifer was second to her in class. This heifer will be your champion key. Congratulations to these exhibitors and this young lady on your champion.
And your champion in the Key Influence, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota. Congratulations. And reserve in the Key Influence, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska. And entering Ring A, Class 15, Hereford. We are looking for Sophie Lorch, Harris, Iowa, for Class 16 Hereford. Sophie Lorch, Class 16 Hereford.
We're going to get into the Hereford cattle, and this pair of heifers that surfaces strike you very hard as they come into the ring. I think the placing is very close, and the differences are kind of just nip and tuck as you get into them. They both could be changed in maybe the same area, and they're both pretty good in other areas as well. Heifer that wins strikes me a little better, and she stands there. She holds her top line better. She's square from her hooks to her pins. Now her tail head sets into her. I would probably lean this heifer up just a little bit. She's a little chubby maybe at this stage in the game. Both of the cattle could have a little more slope to their shoulder and front structure and allow them to go just a little easier up front. Both of the cattle have length of body and quality at first impression. This heifer's probably got just a little more heart in her. She's got a little more flank in her. She's also a little further along in her condition, so that probably goes with it. I liked her top line, whether she was standing or moving, enough better than the heifer in second. That was my deciding factor. The heifer that comes in second is beautifully presented, very, very fresh in her condition, and I admire the way that they brought her to the show ring today. This heifer has got an honest amount of body to her. I think she's got enough balance from her chest and underneath. Not as explosive rib, but not as far along as that heifer that wins. Again, we talked about both of them could be a little more athletic out of their shoulder and front end. She didn't handle her top line, loin, and tail head quite as good as the heifer that wins the class. The heifer that comes in third, this young lady's done a nice job out here getting this calf shown. She's big ribbed, she's loose and flexible. So Hereford guy, I'd probably give her just a little more eye pigment. We could class her up in terms of her balance from the side, but a functional female that's deep and long-strided. Stout power heifer closes the set. She's not as feminine in the shape of her joints and her neck or head like the heifer that's just ahead of her, but she is blessed with more power and more body as you get behind the cattle.
And in Class 15, our winner, Kane Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota. Second place, Natalie Marshall, Mitchell, South Dakota. And in third place, Anna Wagner from Hull, Iowa. Fourth place, Maggie Holler, Franksville, Wisconsin. In the ring now, Class 16, Hereford.
Can you tell that Avery and Anna must be sisters? Why?
Well, I thought it was the same.
It's not. I thought so too, but you can see the little red bow on the other side of the ring. He's black. You can't see.
You have friends or family that couldn't make the trip to Sioux Falls? They can live stream every show. Ringside Live. Visit ringsidelive.com. You want to find that? Thanks to our folks at Ringside Live for bringing us the footage, the live stream of the shows today. I have a correction. It is ringsidelive.co. Ringsidelive.co. Thank you.
Here in this class of Herefords, a lot of young exhibitors that are doing a great job in a competitive class as you study the cattle throughout. This young lady with a bow brings us a big, powerful heifer that's really loose structured, big boned. You like the way she moves around the ring. When she's stopped, she has a nice top line in her. She's long fronted, big and long out of her hip. We could probably enhance her as far as forerib and body depth, but I really like the way she's put together structurally. She's just a little stronger, more powerful heifer than the heifer that comes in second. Really deep-sided heifer that comes in second, that's smooth blending and loose built. She's a little frailer boned. We could give her just a touch more muscle dimension as you get behind the cattle. I actually think as different as those heifers are at the top of the class, it's a very close placing in my mind. These next four cattle you can do a lot of different things with, and young lady here with the green and white shirt on, go ahead and turn the corner. That's a female that's long and loose built, very skinny and very green, but I read a lot of female quality and correctness in that heifer. As you study her structure, her balance, she's the one that suits me third best in this class. This next female is going to be a good brood cow. She's broody bodied. She's got a good teat structure to her. I like her dimension down her top and out of her hip. A little more conventional about her head shape. I don't know if she's ever going to be the prettiest, longest fronted heifer, but she's always going to be a good cow because she's easy fleshing and big ribbed. The next female is blessed with more performance. She's really strong in her top and big out of her hip. I'd like to change the shape of her shoulder, head, and chest, make her look a little more ladylike, but that female's got more bone and product down her top than the heifer that was just in front of her. The next female is a big heifer that's very big boned. I'd like to tone her back as far as just her joints and her head, enhance her in terms of her body and see her a little softer made, but a big boned, big framed heifer that'll close this particular class.
And our Class 15 Hereford winners, Kane Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota. Second place, Natalie Marshall, Mitchell, South Dakota. In third place, Anna Wagner from Hull, Iowa. And in fourth place, Maggie Holler, Franksville, Wisconsin. Class 16 Hereford, Avery Wagner, Hull, Iowa, with first place. Second place, Xavier Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota. Third place, Avery Harris, Waverly, Iowa. Fourth place, Molly Holler, Franksville, Wisconsin. Fifth place, Ella Helland, Huxley, Iowa. And in sixth place, Sophie Lorch of Harris, Iowa.
This Class 3 Hereford females is very challenging, in my opinion, to place. All three of them are very solid cattle, and I'll tell you the differences I see, but I think all of them are very useful. They'll be great to showcase throughout the year for these young people, and they'll certainly get sorted a lot of different ways. The heifer that wins the class leads off from a female quality perspective. I like just how she's the prettiest, the smoothest blending, the most refined in her joint work. You could probably change the angle of the shoulder and the knee of all three of the cattle in this particular setting. I like this heifer's drop to her body, how her tail head and top line sit together. She's my favorite as far as just her head, her feature, and her female quality, and that's why she wins this class. The next heifer's more advanced as far as condition goes. She's bigger and roomier out of her hip. Very stout and powerful heifer. When she gets in motion, she falls out of balance. She's wide at the point of her shoulder, comes shallower back to her flank. If she had a little prettier udder, I'd probably think about sliding her up a spot, but I'd like to refine those teats, space them apart a little nicer. To notice that this early in the game, I'd just like to enhance her in that category. The next female, very stout boned and very big ribbed in terms of boldness of body. She's a little coarse in the point of her shoulder and bigger in her knee and hock, but that heifer still has quality to her. She's still got some bulk and mass to her when you get on top of the cattle.
Class 17 Hereford, first place, Hadley Johnson, Montrose, South Dakota. In second place, Max McGonihill, Jasper, Minnesota. And in third place, Caroline Wagner from Hull, Iowa. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Ring B, your announcer, is Michael Drotzman. He's with Stockman's Livestock in Yankton, South Dakota. Thank you, Michael. And I'm Vaughn Van Gendren with WNAX Radio in Yankton, South Dakota. Thank you all.
This young lady brings us a cowie female that's big-ribbed. She's flexible in her skeleton. We could give her a little more quality to her top line, but I like her cowie body shape. I like her looseness of structure. We had a very solid Hereford division as we worked through these cattle. We started off on a high note in this particular set. We had two good heifers that came to us there at the top of that first class. I like the heifer that wins the class in terms of her balance. As she stops and stands, I think she does a lot of good. A very nice headed heifer that's good in her top and good out of her hip. Really like how she's built down into her hind leg. She's probably the furthest along of the cattle that we've got in contention for this as far as her condition. She does carry it well because her chest sets into her good. She's good into her flank. I really like the way she's designed in her hip and hind leg. If she was a touch more mobile out of her shoulder, I think she'd be our undeniable champion out here. With that, I think it offers a lot of discussion. Heifer that was second to her in class, probably the most highly presented heifer that we had walk through this set of cattle in the Herefords. Very good heifer in terms of strength and length. She's a little odd in terms of her top line. She comes down in her loin and up in her tail head, but she's going to be a contender out here as well. We come into those next two cattle. We have a big, good heifer that's very loose and sound in terms of her structure. We'd like to enhance her in her body shape. Heifer behind her was deeper ribbed and really loose built. Heifer that comes to us out of the third class is the classiest heifer of the group. In my opinion, she's really up-headed and very feminine built and smooth built, really deep back into her flank. I like the design of her hip and hind leg quite well. She's long-hipped. She's good in her tail head setting. Really nice down into her hind leg. She, too, could be a little more athletic out of her knee and front structure, and you could probably enhance her as far as stoutness and substance. Heifer behind her had more substance, out of balance as you study her chest. You like to change her teats as you get underneath of her. Heifer that's back here in the last slot, big, broody female as far as body. You could clean her up in terms of her chest and lean her up in her overall condition, but a female that's certainly out here because of her body, good, solid single entry. Let's put our hands together for these Hereford exhibitors. I thought it was a very competitive show.
And we want to congratulate our champion in Hereford, Kane Grace, Humboldt, South Dakota, and our reserve, Natalie Marshall Mitchell, South Dakota. Entering Ring 1, Class 19, Lim-Flex.
Really good heifer to go ahead and lead off in this single entry class. She's bold made, she's big hipped and powerful. She's got class and balance to her. I think she can withstand more competition. Very, very good female here in this single entry set.
Class 19 winner Tyler Wallace, Harris, Iowa. Class 20 Lim-Flex now ready to enter.
We have just another single entry in this division, and it's going to be a high-quality division. This heifer's long and extended, really nice up through her head and neck. Just has quality and balance as she comes into the ring. A little off in her loin and tail head when she's in motion. Maybe a heifer at this stage in the game. She's kept fresh and lean, but she comes off a little shallower, but I think there's enough upper turn to her rib and power, a good look to that heifer when she stands. We just have two in this division, but two good heifers that come to us. The heifer calf that the young man brought us in the first class, big ribbed and functional structured, high quality kind of heifer as she stops and stands. She holds her tail head and top line together a little neater, not quite as extended up front as the heifer behind. Heifer behind, obviously the older heifer has quality to her up front. She's really alert and attractive about her head and neck. I think a female that's still big and bold in her upper rib, comes powerful out of her hip, gets a little off in her loin and back into her tail head, but that's a female that you certainly struck hard with as you study her up through her front and her neck. I like the heifer calf's body dimension and depth a shot better today. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to that young man. Young man in the cowboy hat will be our reserve.
Congratulations, Lim-Flex champion Tyler Wallace, Harris, Iowa, and reserve Gabe Kemner, Beersford, South Dakota. Class 21 will be our Limousin class.
We got a big frame, late maturing March heifer that's going to win this class. Very, very well shown. Young lady's doing a tremendous job getting that heifer stuck. Long fronted, long bodied female that hits the ground accurate as you study her feet and legs. Good, solid heifer to go ahead and win this single entry class.
And our Class 21 Limousine champion, Kinsley Altena, George, Iowa. Congratulations. And the stage is set for Class 22, our Maine-Angus class.
I think Heifer that wins this class does so in a dominating fashion. She comes in alert and attractive, beautiful up front through her chest. She's big in her rib and square out of her hip and hind leg. She's kind of settling in. She's a little nervous out here showing, but that female strikes you hard, and she wins the class very handily, in my opinion. I think it's very close between second and third. There's some good differences in those cattle, and they're both good cattle at the end of the day. Lady Like Heifer is going to slot in second. She's tucked in a little neater in her head, neck, and into her shoulder. I think in motion, she was just a touch more comfortable in her top line. She's not as big-boned and big-footed as the heifer that comes next. This heifer that's third is more robust in her forerib and body. She's more advanced in her condition and just comes off as the more powerful alternative. I don't know if she's a little full today or not, but she wants to kind of rise up in the middle of her back, and she's uncomfortable out of her tail head. But that's a power heifer, a good heifer, 3 really good cattle in that class.
Lane B, Motorboat Terrace is not at the walk-in.
Our Class 22 winner in the Maine-Angus class, McQuaid Bear, Esteline, South Dakota. In second place, Aubrey Wallace, Harris, Iowa. And in third place, Sarah Mead, Aurora, Nebraska. Entering Ring A is Class 23, Maine-Angus.
We have a lot of quality in the ring over here and a lot of differences to look at. This young lady brings us a heifer that hits me pretty hard as she comes into the ring. She is presented very freshly, very accurately. I thought they just did a phenomenal job getting this heifer here to us in the show ring today. She's pretty easy to like. You study her structure, you study her body, you see that she's lean and fresh, but genuine in her body and her muscle. Everything fits together so well on that heifer as I study her from nose to tail. It's a very high-quality heifer to win this Class of 3. This young man's heifer is very high quality as well. That comes in second. That heifer is just not wanting to obviously be the best partner out here for him to get her showcased quite like he wants to. She's a little bigger framed and longer than the heifer that wins the class. I think she'll always be that way. Be interesting to see a day when she wants to showcase herself, because I read a lot of good in that heifer. She's very long-hipped, very desirable in the set and travel of her hind leg. She's fighting a halter. You maybe want to pick on how she moves out of her shoulder, but that might be in part how she's acting today. I hate to get too critical on that heifer when she strikes me so hard. She's just not wanting to show herself off. The quality in the class continues because this next female is very loose built in terms of her structure. She's a big ribbed kind of female. She doesn't come quite as tidy in her lines and design as those two ahead. That's a good female. She's going to be fun to show, and she's going to be a great cow prospect for you.
Our winner of Class 23 in the Maine-Angus was McKenna Cleveringa. Second place, Logan Schabel. And in third place, Brooklyn Marshall.
I'm not placing these just yet. I'm going to talk about them because both of them are totally different. Honestly, the whole time I'm looking at them, I know the differences in the cattle. I just think they're really hard to place, and it kind of depends on what you're going to give up and what you're going to get in return. And I think it's just a tight placing. So I'll talk about them, and then I'll let you know how I place them at the end. The heifer that the young man brings into the ring, when she comes and hits the gate, you definitely wanted to walk over and go look at her because she brings so much good to the table. I really love the turn of her body. I think she's tremendously square down her top, really good out of her hip and from her hooks to her pins, how her tail head sets in. I think that heifer's got a very desirable set to her hind leg. For as big-ribbed as she is and as powerful as she looks, I thought she had just a little more gas right from behind, but I still think very solid, very, very square. When you get off to the side and look at her, I think, one, she's very, very highly presented. She's got a beautiful balance from her chest back to her flank. I love the way her tail head and hind leg are designed. The thing you got to decide on, and the placing factor of this class is going to come down to a couple of these details. Does she have enough opportunity to maintain herself structurally as she moves forward? Just how she's designing her shoulder, how she sets her front feet down to the ground. She wants to roll out and maybe just get a little wide walking up front, but that heifer is still very good off of her hind legs, so you just got to decide, can you deal with how she's built through her structure up front? Is she quite as long-necked? No, but I think it's shaped good and it attaches just fine. Then we got a bigger framed heifer that comes to us that this young lady's got. Both of the cattle really aren't showing fantastic out here. They do stop and they do look good when they stand and they get in motion. That one's fighting the halter a little bit. She walked good that second go. This one was kind of running the young lady around. She's always going to be the bigger, longer kind of heifer. I do like the way that she's designed in terms of her structure as well. She's obviously the one that's more desirable in how she's built at the top of her shoulder, the point of her shoulder, and how her front feet come to the ground. I think she's got a good and useful set to her hind leg. I think if you back off, both of them have a really good silhouette and design. They're just different kinds of cattle. This one is longer necked, longer bodied, and longer hipped. I don't know if she's quite as nice in how her chest sets into her body cavity. Maybe at times you could tone her down in her tail head. I think you could give just a little more muscle to that heifer as you get behind her. But I just think her front end structure is always going to be better. So I'm going to use young lady to win the class. Young man will be second. It's a very competitive class, though, of them Limousin cattle.
And entering now in Ring A, class number 24, Maine-Anjou.
Nope, division champion.
Oh, excuse me, division champions in Maine-Anjou.
Maine-Angus.
And I apologize. It is the Maine-Angus class. I'm getting ahead of myself just once more. I apologize. The winner of class number 23 was Harper Johnson, and second place Randon Youngke.
Well, we got a good set of these Maine cattle. I guess I wasn't informed we'd switched breeds. I was confused on how we were looking at them, but I did know that as we got through them, that was a really good set of these cattle. I really think all 6 of these cattle are very high quality. The heifer that the young man brings to us out of the first class, she's wanting to run him around a little bit, but she is captivating. She's probably as high in her neck attachment as any of them out here. She's really clean through her chest, really got a good shape underneath. Heifer that's got enough dimension to her hip. You like the way she travels off of her hind leg. Maybe you get right on top of her, you'd strengthen her up right behind her shoulder blades and down her back. You could probably just change how she's designed through her shoulder and front feet ever so slightly. She beat a couple good heifers in that class, and you can see that heifer behind her there probably had a little square top, but just had a little funnier set to her back leg, not quite the depth to her flank. The heifer that comes to us out of the second class, we had a good pair of them cattle. This one was just more comfortable in that show ring environment. Love the way she's designed structurally. She's the really fluid moving heifer out here. I think she's very, very balanced from nose to tail. She's not the most feminine in her head shape, but it's solid. I do like how her neck attaches to the top of her shoulder. She's probably the truest bodied and truest muscled heifer when you get on top of them. Really like the way she's designed down through her hind leg. That heifer that was second to her in class, bigger scaled, longer bodied heifer that was kind of tough because she'd got away before she came into the ring. She was excited when she got out here. She's not presenting herself, but I think a heifer that's very, very good in terms of her length, and I liked her hind leg. Then we had that class of 2. Both of them heifers were very high quality and very good. This heifer this young lady brought us is very good in terms of her structure. Her feet all point the right direction. She's a loose-built heifer, a long-bodied heifer. Really like her maternal shape of her head and her neck. Sets good into her shoulder. You'd maybe square up behind her shoulders just a little bit, but a female that you like her length, you like her structure an awful lot. She beat an awful good one in class, probably the most different of this group, in my opinion, a moderate one that's bold design, really desirable in the set of her hip and hind leg. Just got a little off in her front end structure for me, and that was the deciding factor. We had a really good set of these cattle in this division. Put your hands together for a competitive show and congratulate these young people with their efforts.
Congratulations in the Maine-Angus class, the champion, McKenna Cleveringa, Alton, Iowa, and reserve champion, Harper Johnson, Garrettson, South Dakota. Class 24 will feature Maine-Anjou. I believe we're looking for Brock White, class number 24. Brock White, Storm Lake, Iowa, class number 24.
interesting class. I wanted to walk them one more time because I think all three of them offer a lot of good, and all three of them probably could be tweaked here or there, but they're good cattle. And they're easy to like, and that's why I spent a little extra time working through them. This young man's got one that comes to the ring and strikes you when she stops and stands. Very alert and attractive about her head and neck. Very correct in her top line. Very balanced as you study her from front to rear. I'd like to see more slope in her shoulder and more agility off her front structure, but a very good female when she stops and stands. Same can be said for the next heifer in terms of when she stopped and parked. She is probably my favorite one when she stopped and parked because she's just a little nicer in how she's designed up through her head and neck, and in my opinion, how it sets onto her shoulder. She's a longer-bodied heifer with a good amount of muscle shape and product to her as you get on top of the cattle. She's a little rigid in motion as you study her pastern, but a good female, though, I think, when she stops and stands. This next heifer, really alert and up-headed, really attaches her neck high into the top of her shoulder. This female has got a unique look to her. At times, she hits me hard, and at times, she just looks a little awkward and piecey out here. Wants to curl under her hind leg and get a little awkward in how she handles her hock from behind. Those are three very good heifers that I think can be shuffled around when they're placed.
Your class winners for class 24. First was Nolan Hackett from Sioux Rapids, Minnesota. Second was Kinsley Richardson from Lake City, Iowa. And third was Brock White from Storm Lake, Iowa. In the ring now we have class 25, Maine-Anjou. Class 26 is on deck.
Class 26, Maine-Anjou. We're looking for Andrew Crawford. Belmond, Iowa. Class 26, Andrew Crawford.
A good class, a tough class to evaluate because all of them were kind of dragging and slugging around here and not giving you their best look, except this heifer. She walks in, she demands your attention. She's big in her outline, she's big in her ribs, she's sound in her structure, feminine and sleek in her make, but still enough substance to her as you get behind the cattle. Not explosive, but enough. Really, really love her design, love her balance. I think she'll be unique to see how she fits together with some of these other cattle as we work through this show. Man, these next two, neither one of them are trying to be a good show calf today. They're just fighting the halter, and they're not giving you a good look. I think it's very challenging to place them, probably even if they are acting good. But those are the differences and the challenges in putting them together. This heifer that I elect to put seconds, just a little more youthful looking. I really admire how she's built through her head, neck, and shoulder. She's long-necked. She's smooth-shouldered. She's not as far along in terms of condition today, but that heifer still has a good shape to her top. She maybe wants to waddle a little bit off of her back legs. Like I said, though, it's pretty challenging to look at either of the cattle just in the way they're acting and presenting themselves today. But the young people are working really hard to get all they can out of these cattle as they're showing them. This next heifer is longer necked and longer bodied. I think she's genuinely wider constructed. I'd like to probably just shape her feet a touch differently. She gets a little longer toed off either end. We could tuck her in a little neater at the point of her shoulder, and she's not helping that look because she's pulling back so dang hard. She's kind of wide and opened and up in her shoulders. We could probably give her a little square hind leg set, but I like her length of body. I like her shape down her top and out of her hip. This next young lady's got a very solid heifer who's a little smoother built than the heifer just behind. She's not as opened up and powerful as you get behind the cattle versus the heifer that closes the set, that is bolder bodied, who is wider constructed down her top and hip. But there's just good differences in those cattle that close that are still very useful and will be good projects for those young people.
And in our Class 25 Maine-Anjou, first place, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. In second place, Stephanie Krogh, Sergeant Bluff, Iowa. Third place, Carly Seabrant, Orange City, Iowa. Fourth place, Mara Dimer, Heron Lake, Minnesota. And in fifth place, Madison Thompson, Elkton, South Dakota. Entering Ring A now, Class 26, Maine-Anjou.
can be. We're going to have to take about a 5-10 minute break after this so that we can have all the Maine-Anjous up here, and then we will go from there.
Maine-Angus, Renegade Champion, Brandon Junkie, Madison, South Dakota. Reserve Champion, McKenna Limousin, Alton, Iowa. Thank you, that was all the Maine-Angus class. We're going to take a short break here, maybe. Our Showmanship sponsors, Great Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Trophy level sponsors, Harford Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Bird Farms. Our banner level sponsor is Simmental, and our friend of the show sponsor, Greg and Julie Hereford. Be sure to check out many of the vendors located around the farm, Livestock, Charolais, Red Barn Racing 609, and many more. If you're paying attention to the brand cattle market roll right now, Mitchell Livestock has some brand heifers this morning for $4100 just a few minutes ago. First set of ring here at Fort Pierce, 3600.
All right, I think a very hard class to place and put together. I just don't know if there's one that comes out and grabs you. Part of it's how the calves are showcasing themselves. They're just either fighting a halter or pulling around or kind of running around. So it's kind of tough to get a perfect look at these cattle. I'll show you the differences I see. I think there's a lot of shake in these set. I'm going to just leave these two heifers as they stand. This heifer that wins to me as they're stopped and parked is where I ultimately decided to place the cattle, because I think in motion you can talk a lot of differences and details. I think she's a little leaner than the heifer just behind her, and I appreciate that about her. She's not quite as long-necked. Neither of the cattle here that work up are really long-necked, but she's a little more slender in the top side of it. She still has genuine turn to her body and muscle. You could probably shorten up her toes ever so slightly. When she's in motion, I've yet to decide if she's tight-backed or just not halter broke and not being a show calf today. Probably could relax her shoulder angle just a little bit, but a good solid heifer. This heifer that's second's big and ready to go, very well presented, and I appreciate that about her. She's got some bulk to the middle part of her body and big out of her top and hip. I really get challenged with her from this viewpoint. She's pretty thick at her neck for this stage in the game. She's kind of opening up in her shoulder, and I think she's carrying quite a bit of condition. She, too, never wanted to show herself off as they come out here and hang out in the show ring. This next one this young lady's got, I thought was fairly basic, and that's why she lands where she does. She's loose-structured. She's big-bodied. I tried to make a case for her comfortability and her depth of body and her looseness of structure. The longer she's out here, I just felt like she was too plain to run with them good cattle that ended up in first and second. You could probably just change her ever so slightly in her neck, a little deeper necked, a little plainer down her top. The next female is very well presented. She's very fresh in terms of her condition, really long and angular in her type and kind. She's a little frailer in her bone construction. I need to stouten that heifer up to let her to run with them horses that were at the top end of this group, but long and beautiful looking and beautiful presented. big stout power heifer that comes into a really good class, still gets labeled a really good heifer, a little coarser and rounder in her type and design. We close with a heifer that's long and extended, a little harder bodied and a little harder feeding kind of calf, but long made and got a nice shape down her top.
So you might want to announce that as soon as you can that we'll be breaking after this.
Gotcha.
In ring A.
Class 26, Maine-Anjou. In first place, Steele Lindgren, Boone, Iowa. Second place, Brock Bauman, Glidden, Iowa. Third place, Jovi Wirt, Lenox, South Dakota. Fourth place, Andrew Crawford, Belmond, Iowa. In fifth place, Megan Toll, Canby, Minnesota. And in sixth place, Braden Pomrenke, Ashton, Iowa. We are now entering the Maine-Anjou Division Showcase. We'll be taking a break right after the division.
I need class 26, second place.
Brock Bauman, 4172.
I think we're missing a second, but we'll go ahead and talk about these cattle. I'm not sure if they're coming back into the ring, but as we get out here in this Maine division, this has been the second division of these Maine influence cattle that has been very good and very impressive. We get through the cattle. I think they have balance and eye appeal and quality. You're drawn to them, and the young people have done really a tremendous job getting the cattle shown and presented out here. This young man in a cowboy hat standing still has got a heifer that you really want to like. She's balanced. She's cool looking, beautiful up front, big in her rib. I really like the way she's put together. She's parked. In motion, I think she might be a little straighter shouldered, but one of the really good cattle out here in this group. Young lady that's got this yellow sweater on's got a heifer that comes into the ring. She's big and impressive in her kind. Big ribbed, and I think she's dominating in terms of her movement and skeleton, especially just how she handles her top line in motion versus the other cattle out here, just a shot more comfortable. She is the biggest heifer of the group. I don't know if she's too big, but she's definitely a little bigger than some of the other cattle out here in this particular division. The next heifer, I really like this heifer as she stops and stands. She's genuine, she's fresh, she's honest in her condition and genuine in her body shape, good off of her hip and hind leg. Stretch her neck out, make her a little more comfortable in her top line. Maybe she just needs to be a shot more halter broke and get a little more used to this show ring environment. I think that was kind of the theme of this division. We had some cattle out here that were fighting the halter, weren't acting just perfect. Congratulations to these exhibitors. This young lady here out of the middle class will be your champion in this division. Very high quality individual.
Send some help? I'm here to help. Wonderful. Well, I think I got it right. 4285. Yep. I lose track of the numbers once in a while. And 4251. Where did he go? 4251. Steele Lindgren. Congratulations in our Maine-Anjou division. The champion, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. And the reserve, Steele Lindgren, Boone, Iowa. Is this where we're taking a break? I sent you just in time to take a break.
Just take a break.
Is this this where we're taking a break? We're going to take a short 15-minute break. People will be able to use the restroom, grab a little something to eat, and then we'll be back with the maintainer class 27 in 15 minutes or so. There we go. I'm Vaughn. Leon. Leon? Where are you from, Leon?
Canton.
Canton? Gotcha. What's your last name? Gotcha. How do you pronounce it? Ike, right? Is that right? What's that? Pronounce it Ike? Ike. Gotcha. I'm going to just walk around the circle.
I've been standing.
Does not really like me. I don't know. It sits funny. Something.
That's the problem. We're not even halfway done.
One Diet Coke, which I'm going to guess. We'll be getting underway, Class 27 in Ring A with the maintainer class in just a few moments. Class 27 maintainer class in Ring A in just a few moments.
That's what they told me.
Oh, well, she was going to be a scribe.
That's fine.
She can just
I
sit
can
up
help
here
wherever.
with you.
I can help.
I don't know.
Or I can be out there a little bit.
I just need somebody to tell me when I did it wrong. That's all I need.
The whole thing.
Yes, no. Yes, no.
I'll go get my wife.
That's what they did.
You're very good at that.
Wow. Goodness.
Just give him nice suspenders. A lot better. Oh, do you need help?
I wish I had your stocking on. I was telling Julie I'm cold. My heads are cold. No, you're fine.
I was getting warm there for
Are
a
you?
bit.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll steal it if you want to get rid of it for a
We'll
while.
load 'em up again.
I know.
We'll have to
Should have wore my watch and counted my steps today. So just yell at me too. I'm kind of deaf. So you're flagging me. I can't understand. If you're ready.
We've had some great classes of cattle here today, and we're going to continue with the maintainer class, Class 27. We have a handful more classes to go throughout the day, so be lots of great cattle to see yet still.
Okay, well, this class here has got a little sort and made me think a bit here. We're going to start with Whitetail here. She's long fronted, she's level down her top, she's got some extension to her. I like her freshness of condition, her length of side, and her look here from the profile. She's a little straight up there in her shoulder. She's not the thickest made one in the world, but I think balance, condition, what a smooth one looks like, I'm all right.
What's a
there.
maintainer
This next
cross with
one is
Maine-Anjou and
bigger
what?
footed.
Almost
She's looser
anything else?
built in her structure.
Everything else.
She's probably the soundest one of this whole bunch. I really like that.
I used to show cattle when I was young, and we raised, we had Maine-Anjou, we had Chianina cross. Anything that was wild that you couldn't keep in a fence, that's what we tried to show.
She's a nice size, good body
But
one that's flipped and presented really
the
good.
terms have changed.
She's got a great look here. She's genuine and honest. Put her in motion though, and she kind of balls up a little bit in her top line and rounds out of her hip there. So that's what I decided on there. But a nice little heifer. This next one's the biggest one of the group, and she's got a lot to her. She's heavy boned and she's nicely presented here. This heifer's a shade too big and mature, maybe. I'd like to just loosen her up structurally as well, but certainly a massive heavy bone kind of a female. This
Be
one here
stealing our
is
stuff.
moderate, thick, and wide, and sharp-fronted. She can be a little rounder in her construction, maybe not just as sharp to look at. Then we're going to round out the group with a big old long, growthy, extended heifer here that gets a little plainer and shallower, but still doing a good job for you.
Class 26, Maine-Anjou. First place, Andrew Crawford. Second place, Joby Work. Third place, Steele Lindgren. Fourth place, Brock Bowman. And fifth place, Megan Toll. Now walking in, your first place place, Brock White, Stephanie Crook, and Joby Work.
Here we're going to get into these maintainer cattle. It's good to find one like this here to kick off a division. Certainly going to set the pace pretty quick. High quality looking, so balanced. Like the way she moves. This young man's getting it figured out. He's got a heifer that he's going to have a lot of fun with. I'm not sure if it's his first year or early on in his show career, but she's going to be a lot of fun for him to showcase throughout the year. She's quite a bit better footed than the heifer that's in second, a little sharper designed up front, a little fresher in her condition. The heifer that's in second, I admire a lot about her. She's kind of a broody heifer, a term we haven't used a lot today, but I like that about her. She's big-ribbed, easy fleshing, looks like kind of a maternal cow. She's a little flat-footed, and she's got just a touch more throat in her, not quite as pretty about her head, but that's a big-ribbed, loose-constructed female that's going to be awful fun to show. Just needs to be managed just the right way. Kind of a muscular heifer here that comes next that's not quite cut from the same cloth in terms of her skeleton and structure, but a female that certainly fits in terms of her body mass.
We are looking for Riley Voss. Class 28, Riley Voss, Class 28.
Maine-Anjou champion, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. Reserve champion, Andrew Crawford, Middleton, Iowa. Congratulations to you two. We're going to take a little short break over here to Grand Falls Casino and Golf Resort. Rigby, little short break over here. Ring A against one of the maintainers.
Looks like we got them all.
We do now.
Some of these kids are pretty blasted busy through the day. Holy smokes. Some of these kids show a lot of cattle.
Yeah, you're saying their name quite a bit. out 5th place. Pick up the
So a little while ago,
I'm sure it's different every time.
yeah, a little while ago, he was putting the bottom. He was pick out the bottom ones,
Yep.
and then really fussed over the next 4
Yeah.
for a long time. It's like, I don't know what my process would be.
Yeah, when I did it in high school, it was usually, I didn't do it a lot, but it was usually either a really good one or a really bad one, and you start with that and
Right.
work your way the other way.
I like it when he does it this way because I can keep track of it a little easier. It's also for the kids sometimes a little hard to understand what he wants. I don't understand what he wants sometimes. Is that Braxton though?
I believe so.
Yep. The animals have such beautiful hair, don't they? I mean, I remember back in my day, it's like, yeah, the hang will look like this. We didn't fit them very well either.
All right, we're going to leave these 2 heifers as they are. Both of them are very, very good. They come to the ring with class and balance. Honestly, my thoughts going through my head were, man, these Maine-Angus, Maine, and Maintainer cattle have had so much sort. They've all been tremendously good. There's good differences in the cattle, but there's so many of them that are so good. And I think there's just a lot of opportunity for these young people to make some money back on these heifers because there's so much earning potential just in how good they are. These top 3 are very good. These top 2 are just on another level in terms of the way they're put together, balanced, and female-like. I think, really what it boiled down to me today in this pair of heifers, as they come into the ring, I more quickly draw to this heifer than I do that heifer. I'll tell you the differences. I think they're minor. I think they're both very good. This heifer has an outline and a striking image that is so hard to deny. She's so female, so ladylike in terms of her head, her neck, her shoulder. Beautiful designed in her chest and how it comes back into her flank. I think she's just a really elegant. I think elegant is the way to describe her movement. She's just flawless as she moves as far as effort. She's not the biggest boned. She gets a little easy topped, and she could be stronger there. One place I think she beats the heifer behind her is her front foot shape. That's honestly one of the biggest deciding factors in my mind. I think those cattle are so good, you got to get into them. She could have just a little more mustard to her when you get behind her in terms of muscle and width, but she just looks so good and so classy as she comes to the ring. This heifer that's second, where I like her better than the heifer that wins the class, I think she's a little squarer in her build. She's stronger right behind her shoulders. She just balances better from the top of her withers all the way back to her pin setting. I get critical of her front foot shape. I think if you get up on the cattle as you get back here on the dirt, you'll see they're kind of curling together there a little bit. I think you'll have to fight that for a long time. She's not perfect in the angle of her shoulder, but that one is very well presented, very well shown, very, very good looking. Young man brought us the stoutest heifer that comes in to this third slot. She is very, very powerful and big-hipped and big-boned. You'd like to just change the way she moves a little bit. She toes out up front. She's big-shouldered and maybe wants to roll a little bit on this right rear ankle. That heifer, though, to me, looks like she's going to be a phenomenal cow for that young man. She is so close to being so elite and getting right with them, too. She brings unique pieces to the table, just needs to be a little safer structured. The next pair of cattle are sorted on just body dimension and kind of the female I prefer as far as mature cow size. We do have this white flanked heifer that's big and extended and long, gets a little harsher made in terms of her body.
Congratulations, Class 28 winner, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa. Second place, Riley Voss, Mobile, Iowa. In third place, Braxton Williams, Coleman, South Dakota. Fourth place, Cameron Brunk, Heron Lake, Minnesota. And in fifth place, Addison Rydberg, Arthur, Iowa. Class 29 maintainers are entering the ring now. Maintainer classes 1, 2, and we're on to Red Angus. Only 2 of those. Quite a few Shorthorn. Oh wait, 3 Shorthorn, and then the Shorthorn Plus. Is a Shorthorn Plus a Shorthorn crossed with almost anything as well?
Here's an interesting pair of cattle as you come into this division or this class. Both of them are pretty big and ready to go, and I think the differences are obvious. Placing is very close in my mind. Heifer that wins to me strikes me a little leaner and more genuine in her condition and kind. You see that in her brisket. You see it in her body shape and her muscle and her power. Now, that's not saying she's not here ready to go and with plenty of stoutness and power into her. She certainly is that and all those things. I just think she looks like a heifer that's a little more genuine in her muscle. She's a little fresher and leaner in her condition. I'd like to stretch her out in her neck a little bit. We could smooth up the point of her shoulder, but she's a very unique-looking animal that's bold, powerful, big-hipped, and good hind-legged. This kind of wavy-haired one that gets seconds, very comfortable moving. I like the way she hits the ground in terms of her feet and her legs. She just does kind of move effortlessly in terms of her lower skeleton and joints. You like her depth of body and her broodiness. She's plenty advanced for me at this point in the game as far as condition. You can see her planing out a little bit in her neck and her chest. I think you can see it in her muscle tone as you get behind the cattle and her top, over her pins, and even down into her udder. But a smooth-built, sound one that's certainly really cowy at first impression. Big frame, long-bodied heifer that needs a touch more body to her is going to sit here in third. A little straighter designed in terms of her hind leg, but a big, pretty heifer up front.
Congratulations, Class 29 winner, Blakely Bolke, Kingsley, Iowa. Second place, Taylor Foss, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And in third place, Logan Barta, Utah, Nebraska. Class number 30, maintainer, entering the ring now. We got 23 more to go. Yeah, I think that the rules are I can start drinking after class 35. Is that true? What's that? Oh, you probably started already. You're what? Yeah, I had a couple last night, but I had a company vehicle, so I figured I better shut her down. That's a good thing. I wanted to go dive barring last night with some friends, but that didn't turn out either. Could hit the dive bars tonight, but I don't have I have to go back home tonight, so that might be a poor idea. Could do that. I think I have to give Michael a ride home. He and his wife were going to announce over there, and she got sick this morning. So she's been broadcasting from the farm show all week. So she's in our farm department at WNEX. His wife is. So thank goodness he was willing to help out. I think the yellow sweater helps make the cattle look better. I don't know what it is. It just makes them pop a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All of the maintainer classes, first and second, will come into Ring A before they start the maintainer class in Ring B. So all the maintainers, first and seconds, be in Ring A. Then they will begin the maintainer class in Ring B. Again, we want to thank all the fabulous sponsors here at the Sioux Empire Livestock Show today. I appreciate all of you being here as well. You have heard Michael Drotzman announcing in Ring B. He's with Stockman's Livestock in Yankton, South Dakota. He and his sweetheart were going to be announcing today. His sweetheart was under the weather this morning, so he's one man in it over there instead of teaming it. So thanks so much, Michael. Of course, for your livestock needs, check him out, Michael Drotzman at Stockman's Livestock. This voice you might recognize if you listen to WNAX radio. I am Vaughn Van Gender, and I do the 5-State Trader and the Drive Time Show. So thanks so much for letting me be here today.
Hey, we got a good class of heifers. All three are nice. Top two, I think, are very close. Honestly, the biggest decision is this heifer is leading and being shown. That heifer's being shown very well, but she's just not leading out here. And that's how we're going to sort them. I think they're both good cattle, but you can't get a good enough look at her structure to know what you think of her. So we're going to use this big heifer that's really attractive in terms of her type. Young lady, this heifer is fit and fresh and easy to look at. She is very well prepared to be in this show ring environment today, and she is very striking. She's so long-necked and so pretty-headed, one of the nicest head shapes we've seen, very long-hipped. You like those things about her. Structurally, there's some things that maybe she doesn't resemble a lot of the other maintainer cattle we've seen in how she's built in her skeleton, particularly the shape of her shoulder, maybe even the shape of her joints and feet. It's just a little different. But that heifer is a little bigger in her kind, but a heifer that's really attractive and striking. Heifer that comes second, I like this heifer a lot, to be honest. She just swishes her tail and just kind of waddles around the ring here and is not being a very good partner out here for this young lady. So my best of luck to you as you get to show her in another ring or another day to see how she settles in. Big rib, good looking, has muscle, has power, appears to probably move good as you look at her legs, but she's just not showing very good today. The big ribbed heifer that's going to be third is really easy flushing. As you study her brisket and back into her udder, you can see she's got a little more condition on her. You appreciate the fact that she is easy flushing, but a little straighter made in her shoulder, but a good heifer.
And congratulations, Class 30 winner, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa. Second place, Tyler Harriman, Parker, South Dakota. And in third place, Hadley Johnson from Montrose. Ones and twos in the maintainer. We'll be back in Ring A.
Well, this is a really competitive maintainer division, and I think it's fun. I mean, there's a lot of good cattle out here that are well prepared. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have spent a lot of time, energy, and hours getting these cattle to be bred to look like this. The exhibitors have worked their tails off to make them look this high caliber and good. And I think perspective is a good thing to take into this drive, because I think as we've worked through all of these maintainer cattle, Maine cattle and Maine-Angus cattle, we had as many really good ones to pick and choose from, and I thought a lot of tight placings as we worked through those cattle. And I'm sure it's tough, because it's easy to be discouraged if you were maybe second or third or fourth in class and you thought you had a really good one. And I guess my comment to you is you did have a really good one. Very nice cattle, high quality cattle as we worked through them. And you should be proud of what you've done and what you've bred, what you've showed and what you've exhibited, because I like a lot of these cattle an awful lot. Young man, you got a really nice heifer here out of this first group. She's just helping you out and learning how to be in this show ring. I think you do a phenomenal job making her look good. She is easy to like. She's got a beautiful hip and hind leg. I like her rib and the middle part of her body. She's a long-fronted heifer that's very, very balanced. As we get her back out here, and obviously, young man's doing his best, but she didn't come out and just lead and glide like she did when she came into class. Maybe as her front feet are coming to the ground as she stands there, you'd square up ever so slightly. But that's a good heifer. I really think she's one of the special ones out here as we work through them, and she beat a real cowy one that was ready to go, that was a little flat-footed. The heifer that comes out of the second class, there was 3 really good heifers in that trio. And the 2 that get to come back out here are very good and very much players in this particular setting. I like the female quality of the heifer that wins that class. She's just so feminine, so ladylike in her image. I think she's very balanced from chest to flank. It probably helps that she's one of the halter broke ones that's comfortable out here too. To me, she glides pretty good. She's maybe not perfect in her shoulder design, but I'm going to call it pretty good and pretty adequate. We talked about in that pair in that class how the one that was second to her is probably a little leveler from her shoulder blade back out of her hip. This one maybe gets a little higher rumped and a little lower right behind her blades, but that heifer's got a long neck that attaches high, a big rib cage. She's fluid and flexible moving. Not the stoutest footed, not the heaviest muscled one out here, but I really like that heifer. I think there's just a lot of good to her. Heifer that was second to her is a more moderate kind of female, real square made. You like her boxiness. She's big bodied. She's good bound her top and just level back into her pins and hip. I think a heifer that looks just right in terms of her age and her maturity. She continues to progress. Oh, that heifer's plenty big enough. She's not as big and horsey as some of these other critters out here, but she's one of the really good ones. We wanted to change her front foot shape a little bit. I think a little bit that you can see into her shoulder design as well. We get into that next class. I thought, man, there's a pair of good heifers. Couldn't be more different. I don't think there's a heifer like either one of them out here, and then they're totally different in their own right as well. This one maybe is more, in my head, what you expect of a maintainer, or at least a traditional type one. She's probably got the most real muscle in her in terms of the middle part of her body. She's massive and big out of her hip. I think she moves around good enough. I mean, she's got a little funny shoulder into her, and the way her knee is designed, we could stretch her out in her neck just a little bit. I beat that other heifer that was a little sounder and kind of the cowier type heifer because I thought that heifer was a little overcooked in terms of her condition. You can see that she's a touch plainer up front, but she's so easy stepping, big ribbed. Just struck me a touch mature. Maybe both of them are plenty advanced to me in terms of where we're at this stage in the game. We have this big baldy heifer who's very immature but big and long in her type and her kind. That heifer's long-necked. She's got a beautiful presentation to her. I mean, she is highly fit and highly shown. I really appreciate all those things about her. She's a weird one out here. Structurally, I don't really want to get hard on her, but there's some things that I wish, we could tweak this or tweak that. But she demands your attention. She has to be in contention in this group, and I think there's just a lot of phenomenal maintainer cattle. She beat a pretty good one that was just acting not so good in that class, because that heifer has as much merit as any of them out here as well, in my opinion. She's got a big, good foot. I think she appears sound. She'd never walk for us to allow us to see how she would move, but a good-looking, powerful heifer. I think as we work through this, I think there's no way to judge this particular maintainer division without just using your instincts, using what hits you the hardest, and keep with that as you work through them, because I think we can nickel and dime any of these cattle and say, well, mine's better here or mine's better there. I think they're all pretty dang good. I like an awful lot of them. The one that hit me the hardest, though, was this young lady out of Class 2. She's going to be your champion maintainer. We did have some big, impressive ones that I did think come out of some of them older classes, but them two hit me close. They're good. I like their size. I like their immaturity. They're good cattle. This one's going to be reserved.
Congratulations. The maintainer champion, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, and reserve, Riley Voss, Moville, Iowa.
Got a pair of Red Angus. We're going to leave them as they come in. We got a real cowy, big rib, powerful heifer that strikes you as high quality. Maybe not quite as long-fronted and pretty-headed as the one just behind, big-ribbed and loose-built. The one just behind is bigger frame. She's got a little more refinement to her head and neck, a little bit off in her hind leg structure, not quite as stout as our winner.
Congratulations. The winner in the Class 31, Red Angus, out of Logan, Iowa, Corbin Clark. Second place, Barrett Butzer, Alcester, South Dakota. Entering Ring A right now is class number 32, Red Angus. This will be our final Red Angus class, class 32, Red Angus.
Pretty good heifer to surface in this class. Big ribbed, good hip and hind leg. You really find her desirable. She travels off of her rear too. Could probably tuck her shoulder in a little neater, but I like her freshness still. Even though she's got a little chest in her, I think it's fairly lean, and she'll be managed appropriately. That heifer will be very competitive on down the road because she's so cowy in her appearance and good off of her hip and hind leg. The heifer in seconds, a little more refined about her head and neck. Maybe not quite as loose built in her top line or tail head, but it's a good female that struck me with more quality as you studied the cattle parked and on the profile. The next two cattle are further along as far as their condition goes. They're deeper flanked, bigger rib kind of cattle that certainly have good differences in them. This heifer is probably a little bit more attractive standing, but I think it is comparative. Both of them could be cleaned up a little bit through their brisket, up into their neck, and I think the biggest thing is they could just be a touch leaner in their condition, but good cattle that are useful bodied and have some substance to them.
And the winner in class number 32, Red Angus, Taylor Larson, Slayton, Minnesota. Second place, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Third place, Naomi Colvin, Pipestone, Minnesota. And in fourth place, Madison Thompson. And this is the division right here, is that right? And our ones and twos in Red Angus are back for the division champion.
Two good class winners here. Young man's getting straightened out here in the front where he'll present his heifer. It's a good cow prospect. Big and bold ribbed. She's actually probably a touch longer strided than the heifer that's behind her. Maybe runs downhill and has a little chest in her, but I do think she's very genuinely bold in her body, has good dimension down her top and out of her hip. Heifer that was second to her is a little cleaner and tidier made up front, but not quite as good off of her handle of her hip and her hind leg. The white flanked heifer that came in as a second class winner, bigger framed kind of female that's got a good drop to her body, like the set and travel of her hind leg. She's not the most mobile off her front end, but pretty solid. I think those cattle are very close. You can go either direction. In my opinion, it just kind of depends which one that you want to tie to today. I guess as the cattle come into the ring, the young ladies heifer out of Class 2 hit me a shot harder. Should be your champion. Young man up front will be reserved. But congratulations to all these good Red Angus exhibitors. Here in these Shorthorn heifers, we're going to leave them as they stand. The heifer that demands your attention is going to win the class. Big rib, big-footed, loose-structured, very fresh and well-presented. Good female to go ahead and lead off this class of heifers. Heifer in second, I like her in terms of refinement. She's really strong in her top line and good and level out of her hip. I think that's a quality female in her own right that hits you a little greener bodied today, but a nice heifer as you study her from nose to tail. The next heifer is bold-ribbed and big-topped and thick-ended. She just doesn't quite have the refinement, length, and smoothness up through her head, neck, and shoulder, but a big-ribbed heifer that certainly has some power.
Congratulations in the Red Angus class. Your champion, Taylor Larson, Slayton, Minnesota, and your reserve champion, Corbin Clark. Class 33 Shorthorns, class number 1, just finished judging. First place, Brianna Dury, Bristol, South Dakota. Second place, Cheyenne Obrecht, Harlan, Iowa. And third place, Madison Thompson, Elkton, South Dakota. Class number 34, Shorthorns, is in Ring A now.
We're going to use the more moderately framed heifer here to go ahead and win this class of Shorthorns. Go ahead and spin around, young lady, and go behind the red roan heifer. A little deeper flanked, more maternal heifer just in her basic kind. Smoother jointed, smoother shouldered, good cow prospect. Could be a little bigger and stouter in her type and kind, but solid cattle, in my opinion, just as far as basic cow character and function. Big boned, stout heifer that's wide topped and very powerful. Is got some unique pieces to her. She attaches her neck long and high, but just needs to be a little better ribbed, a little smoother built. But there's muscle in that heifer and certainly can give you a long, extended look up front.
Corbin Clark, please, would you come to the entrance to Ring A? Corbin Clark, entrance to Ring A for your banner. Class 34 in the Shorthorn. First place was Everly Wright, Bruce, South Dakota. Second place, Brooke Hansen, Laurel, Nebraska.
Big, impressive heifer that's really good in her outline and balance. Strong in her top, big and powerful out of her hip, very well presented kind of female. She's got a lot of length of cannon, a lot of length of body. I mean, it's going to be a big old heifer when it's all said and done, but she's a good heifer. Balanced, stout, I think a lot of positives that you certainly like and you're drawn to. This heifer that comes behind her, deep-ribbed heifer that's a little easier fleshing. Maybe you'd like to lean her up slightly in terms of her condition, but a good female as far as depth of body and cow character.
And congratulations. In class number 35, Shorthorn, first place, Carter Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. And in second place, Paisley Welsheimer, Sac City, Iowa. Entering the ring A now is class number 36, Shorthorn. Oh, excuse me. We'll come back with the division champion for Shorthorn.
Well, in our Shorthorn division, a lot of good cattle. Really, I think it's going to boil down to the class winner out of the first class and the third class, and nothing taken away from the nice heifer that comes out of that second class, because she's a good-bodied cow prospect, a little frailer boned, and just not at the same level, but a good heifer. We had good seconds. But what makes it challenging is these heifers are polar opposites, and I think they're both very, very competitive within this breed as they go on to maybe exhibit this summer at a junior national setting or into some other national type shows. These two heifers strike me as the kind that can play hard, and really what makes it tough is you only have two, and to figure out what type and kind suits you best, because neither of them maybe are perfect in my mind, but they're both very, very good. This heifer that comes out of the first class, very well presented female. I do like her extra stoutness. I'm not saying she's stouter than that other heifer, but I like her stoutness of bone and foot. A big bellied heifer, you know, she's got a tremendously good belly line clipped and fit into her. It's almost a little deep in my opinion, but man, it's beautiful in how she's built underneath from her chest all the way back into her flank. That heifer, to me, her head, I like it. It could be just a touch more feminine, but I like that it's extra stouter. I think that heifer's got a nice front end design and her neck attachment. Every now and again, you know, she's fighting you on the halter a little bit, and she's walking with her tail up. She'll want to walk outside herself, and I see a little of that on her front structure too when she walks, but I do think she's very flexible moving. I think a difference between her and the big heifer that I really like is she's got a little more pliability to her back. She's a little looser structured. I think she might strike you a little safer to feed on, and because she's going to be just a loose, big-bodied heifer. I do question, you know, what is her height going to be? You know, we kind of got polar opposites. She's a touch more moderate, and this other one's dang sure big enough. The one that comes out of that last class, she's a big girl. She's got a lot of bone, a lot of foot. I mean, just study the length of her cannon. I don't know if we've seen a longer one. I've seen many that much length of cannon bone. She's going to have some growth potential in her. That heifer's got as long of a hip from hook to pin bone as you can ask for. Her structure is accurate, would be the best way to describe it in my opinion. She steps down on a big foot. She's very square structured, and she meets her stride. Now, to me, it's a little mechanical in the way she moves. She's just a little tighter. I wish we could loosen her and soften her just a little bit in terms of the way she moves. And that young man, he's doing as good as he can, getting that big old girl's head up. When he does that, she can give you just an intriguing, balanced look from the side. She strikes you so good. You just got to be comfortable with maybe how big that one's going to get when it's all said and done. So congratulations. Great set of Shorthorn females. I'm going to take one last look and pick how I'm like them here in this particular case. Put your hands together. Congratulate these Shorthorn exhibitors.
And in our Shorthorn division, the division champion, Brianna Dury, Bristol, South Dakota. And our reserve champion, Carter Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. Entering Ring A right now is class number 36, Shorthorn Plus.
We got a pair of good plus heifers to kick this next division off. Heifer's a good-looking, well-presented female that wins. She's bold, a little tighter made in some spots, but young man, you did a good job getting your calf here to the show, and I think she looks nice out here in the ring. Really captivating when you get her stuck. Young lady here, heifer, she's probably tired like some of the rest of us from being at this cow show. She tried to lay down. Big ribbed heifer. You can argue that she's looser built and smoother built and more feminine, that heifer up there. She was just a little too hawked in and awkward in her hind leg, but she's going to be a fun project for you.
And congratulations, our first class, Shorthorn Plus. Our winner, Levi Sitzman, Lamar's, Iowa. And second place, Hadley Dostal, Clarkson, Nebraska. Class number 37, Shorthorn Plus, entering Ring A right now.
We got a nice set of these Shorthorn Plus cattle. I think all of them are pretty good. The black and white heifer's going to win, and we're going to place them as they come in. But there's three good cattle in this group. The black and white heifer strikes you because she's probably the most ready today, but she's a good heifer too. Big ribbed, got a really flexible running gear underneath of her. You know, that heifer's obviously fighting you pretty good, but when she gives you a good look, she's easy to find, in my opinion. Very dominating in her look. Not just maybe the nicest in how her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. You can enhance her shape just a little better, but really good female. Heifer that comes second, if you gave her more bone, I think she'd give a heifer that wins all she wants. She's very feminine designed, maybe a little petite for some, but I liked her fluidity of movement. She was square in the use of her hind leg. Beautifully designed heifer that just got a little dainty, in my opinion, in terms of her head and jaw and muscle. heifer that comes in third is a good female. It's a good class of cattle. I like all these cattle pretty well. She's big ribbed. She's nice fronted and really well presented. I thought in a class this good, she was a little off in her hip and hind leg. She wanted to pull her hock in and get awkward as she traveled and didn't maintain her balance that she has standing on the move, but she's a very good heifer.
Congratulations. Class number 37, Shorthorn Plus. First place, Taylor Larson, Armstrong, Iowa. Second place, Emery Sievers, Newell, Iowa. And in third place, Liv Larson, Lakefield, Minnesota. Entering the ring now, class number 38, Shorthorn Plus.
Here in this next class, plus heifers, we got these darker colored ones. This black and white one, again, a little bit the same tune of the last class. She's far along, but she looks good. She moves good. I think in this class, in this setting, she's easy to find because she's got muscle, she's got body, she presents a good enough look. Structurally, she's pretty solid. I don't know if she's just elite in any one of those areas, but man, I do like that heifer. She's well shown and well prepared. A very good female to go ahead and start this class. Differences between second and third are refinement. Really nice headed and smooth shouldered. She's a little bit more refined in her bone work, a little straighter up front, but she presents a nice look. You get her parked, you got her shown well. She's got a level top and a nice look up front. Young man, your heifer to close is bolder. She's thicker. She's heavier muscled. With that, she's not quite as smooth and angular and feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder, but she'll make a good cow that'll raise you some really useful cattle because she's so bold in her body and muscle. Very easy fleshing kind of female to close.
Class 38, Shorthorn Plus. First place, Coy Obrecht, Harlan, Iowa. In second place, Barrett Butzer, Alcester, South Dakota. And in third place, Tanner Hansen of Laurel, Nebraska. We'll get our ones and twos in the Shorthorn Plus for the division champion and reserve.
As we come to the conclusion of our Shorthorn Plus division, I thought we had a really nice show. These Plus cattle, they're brought to us, very well presented. They're very well shown, and these exhibitors are really putting a nice showcase on here of these good cattle. The heifer that wins the first class, she's the most muscular heifer out here. We could see her a little more refined and smooth and sounder like the two cattle behind her, but she presents some quality as you stand them and look at them on profile. Heifer that was second to her, sounder but a little hawked in. This next female is really fighting you, and you're really trying your best to give us a good look. When you do get that good look, it hits you hard. She's big ribbed, she's good hip, she's got a good hind leg. It's a pretty nice female there that comes out of that second class. The one that was second to her in class, I think, has got a bright future. She's a little greener today, but she's very pretty to look at. She's big in her rib. She's very sound as she goes. She's a little bit frailer, and you could power her up just a skosh, but she's good cattle. This heifer that comes out of the next class, big and ready to go, maybe a little extra condition on her as you get between her front legs, but strong heifer. Big in her foot and forearm, strong about her head, got some top and middle and body. You like those things about her. She gets a little awkward in her shoulder, so I think you have three heifers, in my opinion, that are really in the running. Young man, your heifer is a very good heifer as well that was second. She's just a little more refined and maybe not quite as sound as them other three that are going to be in contention. So I think it boils down to which of these two black and white ones at the end of the lineup do you like? I know this second one's not showing perfect, but I like her skeletal angles. I like her balance. I like her body. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to this young lady. Young lady's black heifer, I think, is right in contention. She's very attractive, very smooth. I think the pair, though, is the two stouter heifers. You can make an argument for how she's moving. Just hits me a touch green. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion in the Shorthorn Plus, Taylor Larson, Armstrong, Iowa, and the reserve champion in the Shorthorn Plus, Coy Obrick, Harlan, Iowa. Class 39 is on deck. We're ready for our Simmental classes here at the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Class number 39, Simmental.
I think this is a good pair of heifers. Neither one of them are wanting to be cooperative, kind of fighting them, and they're doing their best to get them showed off. These young heifer calves are both very good, though, in my opinion. I'm going to use this young lady's heifer. Boy, she's alert. She's probably making you a little nervous. Hopefully you can get her set up here. But that heifer is so balanced from the side. I really like the way she moves, and that's where she beats the heifer in second. They're both kind of fighting and wallering around and hard to set up. But when they get walking, you're just drawn to look at her. She's a little narrow, and that's where you'd want to fix her. This heifer that comes second is a lot of heifer. She's pretty stout. We have a pretty juvenile, skinny April, and then we got a big, stout, powerful one that's probably a little further along in terms of her condition. Big boned and heavy muscled, stout made. She's a little weird in her shoulder. And today she's swishing her tail and hardly walking around for you and kind of missing her stride. And that was the decision because if you stop and look at her, you know, her joints are solid. She's smooth enough jointed and she's stout. Just kind of was not wanting to lead and fight the halter and came up a little short in her step.
We're waiting for Grace Vondrag. Grace Vondrag, Class 40, Simmental. You're on now. Congratulations to our winners in Class 39. First place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa. And in second place, Katie Vandentop, Hull, Iowa.
Really solid class here as we get into another Simmental class. I think we have a lot of variation of type and kind. This heifer hits me just big and attractive and feminine. Maybe not as deep as you like them. You could loosen up her hind leg, but young lady, you got a female that's going to make, I think, a really attractive bred heifer. Slow, long, so angular, so attractive in her top line and hip. I think the next two cattle are interesting. I probably like to smoothen them out. This heifer in second, and her shoulder and her muscle, but I do like her power and her body. A little bit tighter moving today. You could make an argument she's thicker and deeper than the heifer in front, but I did think just as far as her skeleton goes, I was safer with the good-looking heifer that moved around the ring with more class. Young man's heifer that's third, good kind of heifer, long-hipped, got some body to her. She was a little twisted out up front and tighter moving, but good kind of cattle for third.
In Class 41, Simmental, we're waiting on Emerson Lehrman and Sophie Lorch. Sophie, Emerson, Class 41, you're on deck. Our winner in Class 40, Grace Fondrak, Hinton, Iowa. Second place, Cash Brommer, Corning, Iowa. And in third place, John Daniel Ward, Clarksville, Iowa.
Have a really good heifer on the standstill here that's going to win this class. Comes in, strikes you hard, strikes you like a cow, but still has a lot of quality to her. Long-fronted, big-footed, smooth-jointed. Like I said, just really like the way she sits there and balances on the standstill. She was moving just a little funny when she came in. She seemed like she was kind of in a hurry to get in here, so we're going to look at her in terms of her movement as we continue to evaluate her because it looks right standing there. I like that heifer's foot, and I like her structure and how she's assembled. The heifer that is second to her, to me, just strikes me with the next most quality in this particular class. Long-made, long-bodied kind of heifer. She's not quite as square in her tail head and her hock and her hind foot, but that heifer just is an elegant-looking female with length of body. The next heifer is a bigger frame kind of female. You like that about her. She's a little frailer in her foot and her bone work, and that's where I would probably enhance her the most. But she does have a good genuine turn of muscle when you get on top of them, just a little frailer in her bone. The red heifer's thick and powerful and bold behind, but just a little overdone in her condition. Young man, I'd kind of get her leaned up here to let her be just a touch more feminine up front, but she's thick, she's stout, she's powerful. We close with a heifer that's on the opposite end of the spectrum. She probably is a touch green today, but she is a heifer that is level in her top line. So you got a green heifer that's level, and you got a red heifer that's stout there to close. There's definitely differences in that duo.
And our winners in class number 41, Simmental, first place, Emerson Lehrman, Spencer, South Dakota. In second place, Braley, Cleveringa, Elton, Iowa. In third place, Sullivan Radcliffe, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Fourth place, Merritt Pomerantke, Fairmont, Minnesota. And in fifth place, Sophie Lorch, Harris, Iowa. Entering the ring now, class number 42, Simmental.
This young lady gets this black heifer park profile. That's a heifer that you're going to draw to in terms of female character and cowiness in this class. I think she's a feminine brood cow. Maybe movement-wise, she gets a little tighter topped, but a good quality heifer that has a nice, balanced, fresh look here on the profile. The heifer that ends up second is a little tankier, bigger ribbed and bigger topped and powerful. Like to see her just a little more feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder, but I love her body dimension and broodiness. Heifer that comes next, a big scaled, long-bodied one that's just a little greener in terms of her flank, but a female that has an alert, attractive look. I think she'll get better with time and calf later on into the summer. The red heifer is deeper flanked, but a little tougher moving out of her shoulder, but she is a heifer with a lot of broodiness to the middle part of her body, has some substance when you get behind the cattle.
And class 42, Simmental, first place, Brooke Mellies, Hutchinson, Minnesota. In second place, Josie Johnson, Montrose, South Dakota. Third place, Caden Stevens, Vernon Center, Minnesota. And in fourth place, Ryland Thuy, Lake Norden, South Dakota.
Timer, Sac City, Iowa. Now walking in, ring B, the Shorthorn Plus. Starting with your champions, Brianna Dury, Everly Wright, Carter Stack, your twos, Cheyenne Craig, Brooke Hansen, and Casey Wilsheimer.
Go ahead and just start. Here in this pair of cattle, a little more quality in the baldy heifer, the young ladies up front. As we circle them around, we're going to leave them the way they come in. Heifer has more balance and class on a standstill. I think she parked the cattle and look at them in terms of their side view profile. She had a little more foot, a little better set to her hind leg, very fresh, elegant heifer that's got a good look up front. I think a very strong female to go ahead and win this class. That's captivating on the standstill. Just a really solid heifer to go ahead and lead off this class. Bigger ribbed heifer that's further along in her condition comes second. You like her straightness and levelness of her top and tail head. She's a little open at the point of her shoulder, a little frailer bone. But that's a good pair of Simmental cattle as we continue to work through this tough division.
We are waiting for Carter Sanney for Class 44. Carter Sanney, Class 44. The winner in Class 43 was Natalie McKenna, Sioux City, Iowa. Second place, Ryan Hollison, Sioux Rapids, Iowa.
We got a pair of these fall Simmental cattle. I used the leaner, fresher red heifer that's got a really just good, genuine shape and turn to her body and her muscle. Female that's smooth blending in her shoulder and her joints. Really appreciate those positive traits in that heifer. There is a deeper rib and just a bigger rib cage and probably just a little more flesh in the heifer in second. I do think that's going to be a really good brood cow. She's straight and level on her top. Good out of her tail head. I'd probably like to just see her a little more exquisite today. Freshen her up, lean her up in her condition, then she can push that heifer that's a little more genuine in front of her.
All firsts and seconds, please. All firsts and seconds for the Simmental classes. All firsts and seconds to the Simmental classes for their division. McCoy Moss was our winner in Class 44 Simmental, and in second place, Carter Sanney.
37.
We had a really good Simmental show, and we started off on a high note. This heifer, out of this first class, she's young and she's green. And, you know, if I was thinking about next summer or this summer or into the fall, this heifer's got a lot of opportunity. I really, really admire her show ring quality and class. She comes into the ring. She's demanding. She's so very balanced from the side in motion and standing. You know, she's walking a little high-headed, and she was a little excited in class. She's settling in here just a little bit. You know, there's times that I might pick on her shoulder and front feet. I can't tell if that's her or how she's acting, just in how she's handling herself. Sometimes she'll walk a little quick stepping out of her front shoulder, and then she stands there, and the way she's coming to the ground, it maybe says, I don't know if she's acting that way or her structure just needs fixed just ever so slightly up there. But, man, her hip and hind leg is killer good. I like her teats, too. When you see her teats underneath there, they're spread apart good, and they're refined. She just, to me, has the makings of a beautiful, beautiful yearling. If she has enough to her for you, and I like the fact that she's green, I think there's a notch more muscle there than you think when you get on top of her and you study her hip shape and her pin bone, but I like that heifer, obviously, quite a lot. The heifer that comes out of the next class, a big, extended, pretty heifer that's very, very attractive. She's a little more petite in her bone and a little straighter shouldered, but one of the really good heifers out here. I like really the next heifer quite a bit as well. She comes to us ready to go. She's demanding. She's cowy in her appearance, but she's quality in her appearance. I probably like just how accurate she is in her feet, how they point the right direction. I could probably see that heifer. It almost seems like it's this side on her hind leg. She ever sometimes gets a little shorter stepping, but then other times she gets comfortable and she moves just fine. You know, the one thing about the two cattle that I really think are in contention for this, both of them are solid as far as power and dimension. I don't know if either one of them are going to blow you away there, but they're very, very solid. I love this heifer's balance. You know, she's just, the best word I can just say is middle of the road. She's middle of the road in terms of being a great cow. She's middle of the road in terms of being just a great show heifer. Nothing's eccentric. Everything just fits together and is so nice and balanced in that heifer. The heifer that comes out of the next group, moderate, big-bodied heifer that was just a little more eye-appealing than the other cattle in that set. We had a real sharp designed one here next that's going to make a nice big heifer. Just needs to settle into some body. And we had a real genuine stout red heifer that won just in terms of leanness and freshness. So I think it's a two-horse race. I think they're both really, really good. I think there's one that's more ready today. She's going to be your champion. The one up front will be reserve.
In your division for Simmental, your champion, Emerson Lehrman, Spencer, South Dakota, and your reserve, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa. In the ring right now, in Ring A, percentage Simmental, class number 45.
We're going to leave these heifers here as they stand. I think they're very close, very different. We'd like to maybe put them together at the end of the day. Shoulders back, this heifer dominates, in my opinion. She maintains better balance in her back and tail head. Big rib, good hip, good hind leg, adequate muscle. Change her front foot shape, change her shoulder and lengthen her neck out, and she dominates. But I think that's why it's close. This heifer's bigger, longer, more extended. Boy, she just gets kind of dished out in her loin when she's walking, and she was lazy today when she was walking around the ring. Just kind of threw her legs everywhere and kind of got off in her loin and tail head, but a really nice profiling, fresh-made heifer that goes in second. The next two cattle, in my opinion, are, young lady, you're actually next here. You'd be over here on this side. Big-ribbed, loose-built kind of heifer that's, I thought, just the safest brood cow that we had in these next three. Really not a lot wrong with this heifer. She's really basic and functional. just a little plain and not quite as exciting as the top pair. Young man's next heifer is another sound-made female that's a little flatter from behind, but you like her body and looseness. And this young man was having a heck of a time with this heifer, fighting him, not wanting to lead. She's nice and neat up front and level down her top. Just gets a little awkward in how she handles her hind leg.
Shorthorn Plus, Taylor Larson. Reserve champion, Coy Ulrich. Congratulations.
In Class 46, we're waiting on Rylan Thuy and Creighton Werning for Class number 46, percentage Simmental. Creighton Werning, Rylan Thuy. We are waiting on you for Class number 46, percentage Simmental.
Can you go ahead and make that announcement, please, that we are going to take a brief pause?
Class number 45, your winner, Katie Vandentop, Hull, Iowa. McKenna Cleveringa in second place, Alton, Iowa. In third place, Mila Wright. Fourth place, Dawson Koenig. And in fifth place, Lincoln Larson.
Good pair of these cattle. I like both of them. Neither are perfect in my opinion, but both are very, very nice. At the end of the day, this heifer's more genuine over her back. She's truer in the middle part of her body. She's got more genuine spread of muscle and square behind her blades and over her loin and right through the center part of her body and heart. If you're going to fix this heifer, in my opinion, it's just kind of in her tail head and pins and hooks. You could stretch her hip out and make her a little neater in her tail head. She might be just a touch quick off her hind leg and her step, but I think that one is, in my opinion, really the right kind of size with the right kind of genuine turn of body parts, of muscle, genuine turn of rib, good solid feet underneath of her. Where I like her better than the heifer that ends up second, I think she's truer out of her shoulder construction. I think she motors a little more comfortable off of her front feet. She's a little neater in her neck, not quite as long in her neck, and so much more genuine in the middle part of her rib and body. Part of it is it's hard to know if this heifer moves funny off of her front end or if she just wants to fight this girl that bad. This heifer's bigger. She's longer. If we want to get the tape measure out and figure out which one's got a longer neck, a deeper side, a longer hip, it's going to be this heifer. You can see right there, that's why I beat her. She just kind of picks up them front feet awkward and sets them down weird and gets a little shorter strided. And then right on top of her back, you'd like to stouten her up. This heifer's really attractive that comes next. Long-fronted, really, really good kind of female. Not quite as elite skeleton as you study her hock placement and her shoulder set. I really like this heifer next. She's big and stout and big-boned and wide-pinned. She needed to be a little looser constructed, and then we'd slide her on up because her balance and her pieces and parts are really, really nice. This young man's got a feminine, long-fronted female that's got some power behind. I really admire her from those angles. She gets a little underneath herself off her hind leg, doesn't have quite the heart and forerib. Then we get into this red heifer that's soft-legged and soft-flanked. She was kind of tougher to show and rode the rail there, looks a little plainer from behind and dips her hooks and pins as she walks. This next heifer's big-muscled but big-shouldered, like to drop her deeper and make her smoother up through her front one-third.
Congratulations. Class 46 percentage Simmental in first place, Creighton Werning. In second place, Addison Brueggemann. Third place, Leo Purfirst from Faribault, Minnesota. Now, in fourth place, Josie Johnson. In fifth place, Rylan Thuy. And in sixth place, Taylor Larson. Entering the ring now, Class 47 percentage Simmental. I should give a reminder, if I am pronouncing some of those last names wrong, just come find me and correct me, please.
Going to leave these heifers just as they come into the ring here. I think the top duo is pretty good. This front heifer this young lady's got, I can tell, is a handful. Boy, she just spun around and looked at me, and I didn't know what she was going to do there a second ago. But she's alert. She's probably getting all out of her today because she holds her head up so high and nice. She's loose and flexible in terms of her hind leg, good and wide out of her hip. Heifer's immature and still lean and has an opportunity to get better. Just hold on to that halter tight. She looks like she's about to take you for a ride. This next heifer is solid cattle, big ribbed, a little straighter shouldered and kind of wallered around out of her front end as you watched them travel, but a good lined heifer that's got some body and got some substance. Next is this heifer that's kind of big muscled in her top and hip, a little rougher designed in her shoulder, a little tighter off of her hock and pastern.
Congratulations, Class 47 percentage Simmental. In first place, Leighton Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. In second place, Ryan Hawsworth, Havelock, Iowa. And in third place, Carter Sainin, Bondurant, Iowa. Class 48 percentage Simmental on deck now.
We're going to get into this next class, a good class in my opinion. I was initially struck with three really good heifers. Boil it down to this top pair. This heifer's just a little nicer balanced. Nicer chested and balances neater underneath. I'm not saying either of them are perfect shouldered, but she blends so much better from her shoulder into her forerib, so much truer in her upper rib and her top, and how she comes out of the back of her shoulders. You know, that young man, I can tell he's doing all he can to get her showed. She's a little tense out here. Wish she'd relax, because at times you'd want to see her go a touch better, and other times I think she's the one I probably prefer structurally out here as you break her down and analyze how square she is off either end. She's good-footed. She's very good balanced. I like her shape an awful lot. If you wanted to single trade them on flexibility and looseness to their hind leg, you might admire the heifer in second a little better. I do like that piece on her quite a bit. I think there's big parts and big pieces in this heifer. She just has a couple pieces that are a little out of whack, in my opinion. She got a little more brisket, a little wider shouldered, plenty soft behind her shoulders. Maybe her tail head comes up or it's fit a little high, but that heifer's looseness to her hind leg or broodiness to the sweep of her rib is very, very ideal. The next heifer's green and skinny and long and attractive up front. She just was a little bit longer and flatter footed for my liking. Wanted to close up at her base, but that's good cattle. I could see a day and a time when she matures and pushes them others a little more. Next one's big and broody and deeper than the one that closes, but gets a little high in her tail head, not quite as extended and sound off of her shoulder. And the heifer that closes the class is the big extended heifer. I'd like to tone her back in her shoulder and add some body to the middle part of her rib.
In Class 48 percentage. First place, Keegan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. In second place, McKenna Sontag, Clarksville, Iowa. In third place, Avery Vondrack, Hinton, Iowa. Fourth place, Brooke Melis, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Fifth place, Regan Tiedemann from Hull, Iowa.
We're going to get into a good class of two. We're going to leave them as they stand. This heifer park profile, boy, does she hit you hard. I mean, she is good looking, well presented. Be interesting to see how she stacks up against some of these other cattle. I mean, I do like both these cattle, but this one dominates in this class. She's easy to like because she's park profile. The one that's behind her, long and loose built, good kind of cattle. You just got into a really tough class because she's feminine, nice shouldered, long-bodied, and good top. A little extra set to a frailer hind leg, but, you know, I think that's going to be a good female for you. She'll be really solid throughout the year.
And our percentage Simmental, Class 49, first place, Georgia Holm. Georgia Holm. I am sorry, Georgia, from Chandler, Minnesota. And in second place, Addison Rydberg, Arthur, Iowa. Calling now our ones and twos for percentage Simmental. Ones and twos, percentage Simmental. Enter the ring now. That is for ring A, percentage Simmental. Ring A, percentage Simmental.
Hey, this percentage Simmental show is pretty salty over here. We got a lot of good cattle. I think, there's, depending on your show judge, you can go some different ways. And I think just there's a lot of them out here that people should sure like and admire. Class 1 winner, shoulders back, right in the middle of them as far as body and top and hip and hind leg. You like that. Just needs to be better in her head, neck, and shoulder. But you got a good cow prospect. She'll make a very good cow. She'll probably produce something that you can bring back and show, and I guarantee you get her fixed up front there, you're going to have a real good calf. Hey, that next class comes in. There was 2 of them that just hit me hard. This heifer, not one of the biggest ones we've seen today, and I said that, I'm totally fine with how she is. To me, she's very right. She looks like a heifer calf. She's got good feet. She's got a really good balanced look, but she's cowy. I like her just in how genuine she is in the turn of her body, and her rib, and her muscle. To me, she's kind of a refreshing heifer to find in the day in terms of one that looks like a cow, but she looks like a show cow, and she just hits all the points that you want to see hit. Maybe doesn't have some big extravagant pieces like some prospect show cattle can have, but she's just really right and correct everywhere you study her. One that was second to her. Boy, she has a lot of good to her. She's a little soft-topped. She gets a little bit weird walking off her front end, but when she's sitting there and parked, I just think she looks like a great cow that's balanced and so good out of her hip and hind leg. That next one that was a little waspier and excited, she comes out there. She hit me hard in class just because she was so alert, so unique in her top line, very well set in her hook pin and tail head. Love that about her. I think you get out here against these other real good ones, there's not quite enough forerib or flank base width in that heifer, but she's very good. This Baldy heifer is pretty nice. I think you get hard on her maybe because she's not of some of the similar types of the other cattle out here, but you really dive into her and there's not a lot wrong. She's very balanced. She's very good chested. She's really good in her balance underneath. Maybe not the fanciest in her head, but she's tight enough in her throat and chest, and she's good enough in her neck attachment. You really like that. She didn't like that too much, though. But she's really bold in the middle part of her body. She's big over her top. She's not the most comfortable and soft off her hind leg, but you really study her structure. Her toes point the right direction. She sets up nice. She balances nice. She's a heifer. The longer you study her, the longer I really like her. This one that comes next, man, when she's standing, she looks like the easy winner. I'm not going to lie. I just really like what she looks like standing. You get her moving, and she's swishing her tail, and she's not striding out, not being flexible enough. So that's my read on that heifer. I think she looks like she's in contention. She looks like a very high-quality heifer. She's really nice necked. She's really big ribbed. I don't know if she's quite as genuine as she appears right behind her shoulders and in her upper rib cage. She's highly fit, very well fit there. Not quite as true there. Really study her hook pin and tail head. I don't know if she's quite as true there either. And then you got her moving today, and it just probably wasn't good enough to run with some of these others. And part of it might be the way she's acting. She might walk into ring B and just move like a bad cat, and it's going to be just all right. In my opinion, this little heifer calf out of Class 2 is your champion. Congratulations to this young man.
Nice work by all the staff in the ring. Not unlike myself, the first time the teacher called me to come in from recess.
I am going to take 4 out of this division. Young lady, you're going to be reserve. Young man with the heifer just got away will be third. Heifer behind will be fourth. Put your hands together again. It's a really good lineup of these percentage Simmental cattle.
And the champion in the percentage Simmental was Creighton Werning, Emory, South Dakota. The reserve, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa. Now there was a third and a fourth out of that class, percentage Simmental as well. Third, Keegan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. And fourth, Georgia Holm. Entering Ring A right now is class number 50, commercial.
We kick off this commercial deal with a pretty nice one in terms of balance and structure and quality. Hits you pretty good. Just a feminine built, attractive one that's pretty right, really. The more you study her, the more you really like her. Obviously young, immature, fresh, green. Pretty good heifer. Next one is this red one. To me, she's the next best in terms of levelness of lines, really neat looking, kind of tricked out, really, and a female that you could probably add just a little heart to her, little flank and softener, but she's stout and unique and cool looking. Next one's certainly powerful, big-ended and massive, just needs to be a shot longer and smoother up through her front end and into her shoulder. We close with one that corrects her there. She is better up front, smoother, maybe a little more frail on her bone, doesn't have quite the substance of the cattle just in front of her.
And in first place, class 50 commercial, Caitlin Berg. In second place, Layden Larson. Third place, Jalen Hartnett. And in fourth place, Tate Harris.
have you go behind this one.
We are short two competitors in Class 52, Brody and Wilson. Brody Hoyer and Wilson Hookstein. You're in Class 52, and you are on deck.
Here in this deal, we got a black heifer that wins, and wins pretty handily. Comes in the ring, and I said, wow, she's highly presented, big ribbed, beautiful looking up front. Heifer in motion, does a lot of good things. She's a fraction high in her tailhead, but I tell you what, there's a lot of good pieces and parts in that heifer. I like her quite well. Heifer that comes next, I was back and forth, really torn between these two cattle. I just landed on the fact that young lady's heifer's got enough more bone and substance, still adequately structured off her hip and hind leg. Young man's got a really loose built one that just a little too harsh for me in terms of her kind and a touch frail, but she's built okay in terms of her angles to her skeleton. She's actually got more pin width than you expect. Thought it was a very close pair.
And congratulations in Class 51. First place, Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa. Second place, McKinley White, Storm Lake, Iowa. And in third place, Kane Lindgren, Boone, Iowa.
Your champion, Simmental.
Go ahead and face this way, young man, with this black heifer with a white flank. Loose built, really attractive up front and very level in her top line. She needs a little more turn and sweep a rib, but a very good female that draws you in because of her correctness of skeleton and balance. The orange heifer is stout, big over her top and pin, a little rounder shouldered, a little off in her hind leg structure and rear foot. The black and white heifer is going to have enough body as a cow. She is functional enough structured, but you'd sure tweak a few things about her feet and a little extra set to her hock, but a deep enough bodied, long enough fronted black and white heifer.
In first place, class number 52 commercial, Sullivan Radcliffe, Spirit Lake, Iowa. In second place, Brody Hoyer, Hospers, Iowa. And in third place, Wilson Hookstein, Windham, Minnesota. In class 53, we are looking for Madeline Kramer, Fulda, Minnesota. Madeline Kramer from Fulda, Minnesota. We're waiting for you for class 53. Class 53 is on deck now.
Hey, we got a pretty fun class over here. This top pair of cattle, I think, is very, very good. And then I think the next pair are very comparable quality. There's just differences to get into. Same can be said for the top end. This heifer that wins, just demanding in terms of her presence, her quality, the way she's designed and her top line just strikes you so hard from the side in terms of her basic image. She's probably pushing the envelope up front. She's plenty straight in her shoulder and how she comes to the ground off her front feet. But, man, she's classy, good looking, big ribbed, highly presented. The heifer that you maybe want to argue for structurally to win the class is this heifer, the young man's. But boy, she is not wanting to present herself out here. She's kind of low-headed and open up at the base of her shoulder. I think she reads with the skeletal angles and structure to give that heifer all she wants up top, but she's not getting out and using her advantage when she's in motion to say that she's here to win the class. But she certainly can. I just think it's very close. Those are a good pair of cattle. I ended up switching third and fourth, and primarily because of the rear foot shape of the heifer in fourth. This heifer is a real solid kind of female, this red and white heifer. I don't have any big criticisms of her. In motion, she could have been a little looser skeleton. Again, good-footed heifer, though, pretty solid joint work. Not the biggest ribbed, but there's honest muscle in her. There's honest rib shape. It's a really good, solid, middle-of-the-road heifer there to sit in third. Heifer in fourth has got really big pieces, a little wide-shouldered, uncomfortable with her rear feet would be why she lands in fourth, but she's bold. She's got a good look. She's highly presented. This young lady does a tremendous job getting her stuck and shown out here, just like to change her rear feet. The next female is loose-structured and good-looking. Gives up a lot of weight per day of age, just a little smaller and greener kind of heifer. We close with a muscular gray heifer that's not quite as balanced. We got a single entry commercial heifer, big ribbed, easy fleshing heifer this young lady brings to us. I like the fact that she's a baldy. She's got some dimension. Little frailer bone. We probably like to freshen her up a little bit, but it's a good solid brood cow you brought out here to the cow show.
And congratulations, Class 53. The winner was Lauren Anderson. Second place, Dylan Dite. In third place, Madeline Kramer. Fourth place, Baylor Bolke. Fifth place, Grayson Koenig. And in sixth place, Brinkley Block. First place in class number 54, Autumn Colvin will take the ones and twos of the commercial class. Now for the division champion. Ones and twos, commercial division champion. And your announcers today, Michael Drotzman with Stockman's Livestock out of Yankton. Thank you, Michael. He and his sweetheart were going to be announcing today. She, Well, she ended up sick this morning, so he's all on his own over there. His sweetheart is in the farm department at WNAX Radio, Danielle Drotzman. And, of course, I am Vaughn Van Gendren from WNAX Radio in Yankton, South Dakota as well. So thank you.
Wednesday feeder cattle and Fridays we alternate with bred cows and pairs and white feeder cows. We also have a Hereford special coming up February 12th. Wednesday, February 12th, Hereford Influence feeder calf auction. Hereford, black baldies, red baldies, whatever you want to do. So you can reach out to me anytime with stockings or we'll figure out a way to get a hold of me.
Hey, we got a good lineup of commercial cattle over here. I never asked the young lady when she showed the calf the first time what age this one was. She said it's a June. Pretty sporty little calf. Good structure, good looking, real female made. I like all those parts about her. If she comes to you, with enough bone and enough extra feature, I think you can really tie into her because she's high quality. She's good looking. And you could probably argue she's the freest of fault of the really good heifers. You just got to figure out if she's exciting enough today to just grab hold of and run with. But I do really, really love her balance. I think she's genuine in her body and her muscle. Sometimes you just wanted to see a little more foot, but she is a June baby, so kind of got to factor that in that makes it a little tough. But heifer that comes out of the next class, man, she's killer looking, standing there. She is maxed out and presented to the nines. They did such a good job getting this heifer kind of ready today. Loin and tail head are a little questionable when you get her in motion and you get up on her and study her tough, but that female's got a really good look to her. Maybe not perfect in her shoulder and front feet, but hey, I like that heifer a lot, and she's certainly a contender. White flank heifer's good level in her back. I like her out of her hip and nice into her hind leg. Probably not the quality of the other cattle in her shoulder and neck. And then we got this heifer that kind of throws a wrench in things out of the second to last class. Man, she is killer looking. I mean, up-headed neck, dead level in her design, sweet off her hind leg. Her front end is just a little on the edge for me, and her shoulder and her knee and how her feet come to the ground. But, man, she smacks you in the mouth when you see her from the side. You look at her balance. Got a white heifer or white-headed heifer that's got some rib and body to her. Gets just a little extra in terms of flesh and condition and doesn't class up. But I think we got some options. I don't think this decision is easy. You can make it easy. You can use a big ready one. It's good looking. You just got to be comfortable with where her structure's at. You can reach and use a real neat one. Is she there yet? Will she ever get there? And then you got one, I think, that's kind of in a safe zone that's a little off in her loin and tail head. So just some differences. Wanted to share those thoughts. My congratulations to the commercial exhibitors. Put your hands together and congratulate these kids on an excellent set of cattle.
And congratulations in our commercial, the champion, Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa. And reserve, Lauren Anderson, Algona, Iowa. Attention, attention. In 5 minutes, we will be starting Ring A, overall champion. We've expanded the ring. We're going to have many contestants. Ring A, overall champion. 5 minutes. Contestants, overall champion, be entering in the west side. The west side. And we will be using both rings. We are ready. Ring A, overall champion. Ring A, overall champion. As we get ready to bring in Ring A overall champions, we want to take some time to thank our judges today. What a fabulous job they've done. While we've been able to sit and watch things, they've been on their feet all day judging, so thank you so much to our judges.
Well, we've had a long day, but we've had a great day. It's a phenomenal heifer show. It was really tough to work through these classes as a show judge because the young people, the exhibitors, their families, and those surrounding them really brought a lot of good cattle to the show. Very well presented, I would say, maybe as a whole show. I don't know if I've been to a jackpot show where there's that many well-presented, appropriately fit and fed cattle that were showed great is what we saw here. So congratulations to those exhibitors on just bringing a spectacular set of cattle out here to the Sioux Empire Farm Show. It was fun to work with them. Now it's hard as a show judge because there's a lot of differences that we could have done. I thought there was a few of these divisions today where we worked through these cattle and you can come up with a lot of different placings, and that's because there's a lot of good ones here. You put a little selection pressure here, or you put a little selection pressure there, and you may end up with a little different shake of things as you work through them. I want to thank the Sioux Empire Farm Show. Brooke here. Let's give Brooke a round of applause. She's done a tremendous job organizing this. She's one of my past students at SDSU. She's a great human. Congratulations to Brooke on another successful show. I'll go show you the 10 I like. I know Parker is hoping to get on a plane here in a little bit, so I don't want to try to take any extra time in case he makes it. I think there's a pretty special one out here. She's standing right here in front of me. Congratulations to this young man.
Need our top 10 to stay in the ring, please. Top 10 in the ring. Line up over here on the northwest side. Thank you. Reserve maintainer, would you come to the ring, please? Reserve maintainer, come to the ring, please. Riley Voss.
Give these kids one more big round of applause. It was an awesome set of heifers. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on an outstanding weekend here.
Congratulations. Those in the top 10. Our grand champion, Copeland Paulson. Preston, Iowa, with an Angus. Oakland Plamp in second, the reserve champion, Mitchell, South Dakota, with her Angus. In third place, Creighton Werning, Emory, South Dakota, with his percentage Simmental. Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, in fourth, with a maintainer. Number 5, Oakland Plamp again, Mitchell, South Dakota, with her key-influenced heifer. Sixth place, is it Riley Shorts? Riley Shorts, Masonville, Iowa, with a Maine-Anjou. Seventh place, McKenna Cleveringa, Elton, Iowa, with her Maine-Angus. Eighth place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, percentage Simmental. In ninth place, Regan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota, Simmental. And in 10th place, Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa, with their commercial effort. Ring B, line up now. It is all first place. Ring B, line up now.
Entering the ring now is your Ring B Champion Drive.
Well, this has certainly been a fun day for me. I've enjoyed this, and I apologize. My voice is starting to go out. It's fighting adversity down there on that end of the building with the dust cloud there. We made it through it though, but I did intake plenty of it. My voice is getting a little raspy now, but I really enjoyed myself. There was a lot of good cattle. I always respect all the cattlemen up here in this area, the quality that you breed, and the way you guys have been able to present them to me has made it extremely enjoyable and really, really fun to work through. I've enjoyed one of the main reasons that I was honored to come judge this is that I got to spend a few days with my good buddy Brady. And hang out and talk in a little bit. You don't get to do that as much when you get older like we used to back in college. And so enjoyed that. A few comments, Brooke, I mentioned her, all the work that she has done and helped out. I really enjoy her. And Holly, all the staff here at the Sioux Empire Show, they've provided you all this venue to show your cattle. It's exciting. I don't have a whole lot more words to share with you other than keep going. I just look out here at the young people. Look how professional they look. Really, you guys are the next generation. I say that. Holly, that's in charge here, one of the people that hired me, I was competing against her when I was in college. So make sure you young people, as you go, you always know that, hey, some of these other people might be people that you work with, you engage with on down the road. You all are going to be the leaders in the next generation. So congratulations to y'all. Thanks for having me. I hope I wish you the best of luck as you present and feed your cattle on down the road. I'm not going to make too many comments. There was a heifer that hit me really hard that I just really liked, and a pair of them. As I came out here, I knew which way I was going to go. They were pretty awesome. So it was fun. I'll get you a top 10 today. Congratulations.
All right, your Ringby announcement. First place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota with her Angus. Second place, Copeland Polson from Preston, Iowa with his Angus. Third place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, maintainer. Fourth place, Oakland Plant, Mitchell, South Dakota with their Key Influence. Fifth place, Creighton Prime Werning, Emory, South Dakota with his Percentage Sim. Sixth place, Riley Short, Masonville, Iowa with her Maine-Anjou. Seventh place, Taylor Foss, St. Angsar, Iowa with her Maintainer. Eighth place, Addison Brueggemann, Lake Park, Iowa, Purebred Sim. Ninth place, Caitlin Berg, St. Angsar, Iowa with her Commercial. And 10th place, rounding it out, Josie Johnson, Walton, Nebraska with her Key Influence.
Congratulations to everybody. We are getting ready to start with Class 1 of Showmanship. Class 1 Showmanship. We are next to ready for Class 1 of Showmanship. I know a number of you have been patiently waiting in the wings for Showmanship, and we are getting ready to be underway here in just moments. I am waiting for the final notice. Second call, Class 1 Showmanship. Second call, Class 1 Showmanship.
All right, we are going to get into the showmanship division, and it started out pretty tough out here. All these showmen that are going to get the opportunity to come back, and those that don't. Really, every participant out here is excellent at their craft. They do a phenomenal job. It comes down to little things and personal preferences. You work through it. And these are the 5 young people that I elected to bring back for our champion. But let's congratulate all the exhibitors, because this is an outstanding set of showmen here in this first heat. Boy, again, all of these are talented show people. They understand and do and perform the basics very, very well. It is nip and tuck on which individuals are selected, and part of it is how the calves are acting out here. Some of them are getting lazy and tired, and I can tell all the young people have done a good job working with their calves and getting them prepared to be in the show ring here this weekend. These will be our 5 callbacks again in this particular case. Congratulations to them. And thank you to all the exhibitors for staying here late this evening, participating in showmanship. Well, I think these show people are doing a tremendous job. I'm going to go congratulate. I believe they're asking me to congratulate the top 5 showmen. It's late. The calves are tired. Some of them are cooperating better than they did earlier. There's a couple showmen out here that just have the it factor that I like. They do a good job. They have ring presence with themselves. They don't draw too much attention to themselves, and they know how to take care of their calf and get it looking the best. Some of them have been in a jam here or there, depending on if they're the front of the line or the back of the line, without a full fence over there. Sometimes it is a little challenging, but I'll go congratulate the showmen that hit me the hardest first impression and did a tremendous job, but all of them really do an outstanding job. So congratulations to all the show people. We're going to use the young lady here with the Hereford Heifers, your champion showman. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to our showman, Natalie Marshall, first place. Kinsley Altena in second place. Leighton Hackett, third place. Nolan Hackett in fourth place. And Logan Barda in fifth. Congratulations.
We're out here. I think this is the only heat in the division here for our intermediates. Again, you can tell that they've had some ring experience today. Some of the cattle are over it, but the young people are doing their best to showcase them cattle and make them look really good. I think there's a pair of showmen that hit me hard that are going to be champion and reserve, and then I think we have a lot of young people that are really close in that third through fifth category. Excuse me. All of them are doing tremendous. Young man up front, you're going to be our champion showman. Good job, buddy. Young lady here at the other end with that Angus heifer I like today. She's going to be the reserve champion showman. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations. In first place, Keegan Steck. In second place, Taylor Truesdale. Third place, Ryden Cleveringa. Fourth place, Brooklyn Marshall. And fifth place, Layden Larson.
Well, I'm proud of each and every one of these kids that stuck around. A lot of them showed early in the day, and I'm really happy that you and your parents and those around you decided to stay and do showmanship to get another experience in the ring and to showcase your abilities. Each and every one of you has done a tremendous job, and there's a reason why you stuck around to do it, because you are a talented show person, and for your age, I was very surprised and thought it was really neat just how much ring awareness you had. You knew where to go and how to set up your calf very, very, very well. So put your hands together, a few of us here around ringside, to congratulate these young kids on staying all day. This young man at the end has done a stellar job all day. That's going to be your champion showman. Good job, bud.
Congratulations to our showmen. First place, Leo Perfirst, Faribault, Minnesota. In second place, Liv Larson from Lakefield, Minnesota. In third place, Kinley Richardson from Lake City, Iowa. In fourth place, Caroline Wagner, Hull, Iowa. In fifth place, Hallie Keppen from Harrisburg, South Dakota. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the crew who has planned and executed the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Lots of hard work that you all put into it, so thank you so much for everything you have done.